Hello and welcome to this very, very special New Roots this year. Because of coronavirus and all the other things that have been happening over this last few months, unfortunately, New Roots couldn't happen this year. But because it's 21 years since the very first New Roots competition was held, it was decided we should have some sort of celebration. And this is what you're going to be getting for the next few hours with some of the most fantastic, wonderful young musicians that have appeared in New Roots over the years taking part in this particular in this performance. It was back in 1999 that Alison McFarlane came up with this idea of having a competition for local New Roots performers. And it was largely local performers, Hertfordshire, Essex, that sort of area. Um, we had a few people came in that year to be performers in that, to compete in that competition, and the idea was that there would be um, a prize for the winners and maybe a prize for the second and third. Pete Castle was one of the judges that year, and he said, "No, that's not right. We can't do that. All these people are far too good. We can't have people who don't win anything." And that's how the whole business of having performance opportunities as prizes for New Roots competitors came about. And so all the people that you're going to see and hear today have taken part in New Roots, and through that they've had performance opportunities and have hopefully enhanced their careers in folk music. We'll get a chance to talk to some of them later on, but we're going to watch some videos too. And we're going to start with a video from Ailey Robertson. Ailey was in New Roots in 2006. She now plays in a band called the Outside Track, who've travelled all over the world performing, and have also released and she's also released three solo CDs of her own. You can find her on aileyrobertson.com, but right now you're going to listen to her. This is Ailey Robertson.
Hello, my name is Ailey Robertson and I'm here in Glasgow, in Scotland. And I'm delighted to be part of this New Roots anniversary. New Roots was one of the first chances I had to do a professional engagement. I got to support Kareen Polwart in concert as part of sort of my prize, and it was just such a great opportunity. So it's lovely to now be able to share some more music with you, sort of 15 years on. So I'm going to start off with Barn Dance and Jig for you. you. This is going to be a Carolyn tune. It's called Eleanor Plunkett. It's one of my very favourites. And then I'll follow that up with a great hornpipe that's called President Garfield's Hornpipe to finish off. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much. Thanks for watching.
And that was Ailey Robertson, currently playing, as I said, in the outside track. And you can get to her via aileyrobertson.com if you want to find out a little bit more about Ailey, who performed in New Roots back in 2006. Well, our next performer Didn't come to New Roots until 11 years later. That's 2017. And she's Em Risley. Since New Roots, she's been studying music at the University of York, entering into the third year this September. She performs for events in York and leads a saxophone quartet, and she's part of numerous university orchestras. Quite the place to be for music is York, I know. She's released an original EP entitled Told You So, which she recorded and produced herself. Apart from performing and her study, she teaches guitar and ukulele to numerous students and works as an assistant ensemble director at the National Centre for Early Music up in York. So her EP, Told You So, is available on all streaming platforms, and you can probably find her, I should think, we can find her on YouTube at Em Risley. So, without any further ado, let's listen to Em performing for us today. Em Risley.
How many times can I tell you? How many times can I whisper in your ear? Everything I want you to hear. But it never sinks in. If only you knew what I knew. Everything you want, I know you can do. Thank you so much for listening to that. That song was called Everything, and it's the introductory song on my EP called Told You So, and it's available now everywhere. I'm going to be singing a few songs today for the New Roots celebratory anniversary day. I really hope you enjoy it. And this next song is called Big Yellow Taxi, and it's by Joni Mitchell. They've paved paradise and put up a parking lot with a pink hotel, a boutique, and a swinging hot spot. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They've paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Ooh, ba 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 da. Ooh, ba 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 ba. They took all the trees, put them in a tree museum, and then they charged the people $1.50 just to see them. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Ooh, ba 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 da. Ooh, ba 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 ba. Hey, farmer, put away that DDT now. Give me spots on the apples, but leave me the birds and the bees. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Ooh, ba 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 da. Ooh. Late last night I heard the screen door slam, and a big yellow taxi took away my old mind. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Ooh, ba 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 da. Ooh, ba 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 da. Ooh. Ooh, oh. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. This next song is called Told You So. It's the title track of my newly released EP. Hope you enjoy it. It's been a week, and I've never been one to rush in. But even a cynic like you spoke of that feeling when you know it has to be him. has to be him. And you can tell me that I'm wrong. Say the hours between us will feel too long, even if we seem so strong. You can say that I'm moving too fast. Say I told you so if we don't last. It's been a month and I miss him like crazy. This time apart's tearing me apart. Can't you see that I've got this feeling when you know it has to be him? It has to be him. And you can tell me that I'm wrong. Say the hours between us will feel too long, even if we seem so strong. You can say that I'm moving too fast. Say I told you so if we don't last. It's been a few months now, and my love keeps getting stronger and stronger, the longer and longer this goes on. That's how I know it has to be him. It has to be him. And you can tell me that I'm wrong. Say the hours between us will feel too long, even if we seem so strong. You can say that I'm moving too fast. Say I told you so if we don't last. And I wonder if it's gonna turn out that you're right. But finally enough, it doesn't keep me up at night the same way this feeling does. 'Cause it just might be him. It just might be him. Oh, it just might be him. And you can tell me that I'm wrong. Say the hours between us will feel too long, even if we seem so strong. You can say that I'm moving too fast. Say I told you so if we don't last. Thank you so much for listening to my set. My final song is called Finally, which I think is quite apt. It's taken from my debut EP, which, as I said, is available now. I hope you've had a great time listening to my set, and I can't wait to hear everyone else's music as part of the New Roots celebration. So thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy this last song. Have a great rest of the day. I had a dream last night. I was back home and you were back in my life. You didn't say that much. Your eyes told the story. Enough is enough. See, I was so used to you turning away. It felt just like it did when I was awake. Finally I found it in my sleep, and now I can wipe the slate clean. The next thing I know, you're walking away, and I'm left standing with so much left to say. I scream, I need this. I'm begging you, please. This can't be it. Finally, I found it in my sleep, and now I can wipe the slate clean. You've walked so far, you're not in view. Now he's gone, he's leaving. It felt so hard, but a weight's been lifted. Oh, and now I see you in a different light, and suddenly it's gonna be alright. A weight's been lifted. Oh, a weight's been lifted. Oh, finally, I found it in my sleep, and now I can wipe the slate clean. Finally, I found it in my sleep, and now I can wipe the slate clean. I can wipe the slate clean.
And that was Em Risley. She was in New Roots in 2017, and her EP "Told You So" is available on all streaming platforms. So go looking for her if you can. That was really great to hear Em again. It's been lovely being involved in New Roots over these years, and one of the things, of course, about New Roots is that we don't have any particular funding. We don't have any official or public funding. We do get a little bit of money from one or two organisations like the Hertfordshire Folk Association, for example, and we've had some lovely donations from folk clubs as well, who've been very keen to help us along with supporting young folk and roots performers. But this particular show today, this wonderful celebration today, we're not charging you for it, but if you'd like to donate some money to New Roots, which we could use to help some of these performers who've been singing for us today, and also to help New Roots to continue, you can go to GoFundMe. If you look at www.gofundme, and if you enter New Roots 21st anniversary into the search box there, you should be able to find the page in which you can donate, or you could go to the New Roots Facebook page, and there's a link there to the GoFundMe page. So please, if you're enjoying the music this afternoon and you can spare a little cash, then please do go to the GoFundMe page and help us out with that. Moving on to our next performer, we have Arthur Coates. Arthur came to New Roots between 2015 and 2019. He's from Aberdeenshire, and he plays traditional fiddle and guitar. His music's deeply rooted in the local culture and traditions, but it's influenced by progressive styles and the young Celtic folk scene. His family's links to the traditions of Shetland, and more particularly now by transatlantic links with Quebec. You'll see that he uses his feet quite a lot when he's performing. In 2018 and 2019, New Roots enabled him to be chosen for performances at Sidmouth Festival, Broadstairs, Upton upon Severn and Stockton Folk Club. As a direct result of this, he made like-minded folk musician friends of the same age and interest. He's been collaborating and playing music ever since. Other performances that he's notched up have been at Music on the Mar and Beverley, and even at Stonehaven Folk Festival up in Scotland as well. Up to lockdown, he was working regularly as a session musician in trad music venues in Inverness and Aberdeen, and looking forward to several festival bookings in Scotland, which unfortunately aren't going to happen now. While he's at home, he's doing online concerts for Music for Scotland and working on ideas and arrangements for a new CD. You're going to love this video. It's a multi-tracked video. You're going to see Arthur both singing, playing and guitar, and also playing fiddle, and his feet are going to work like mad as well. His latest CD, Focus, is available to buy from his website, which is arthurcoates.com. Right now, let's sit back and listen to Arthur Coates.
A lady stood in the garden when a gentleman came riding by. He stepped up to her, tried to move her, and said, "Fair maid, do you fancy I?" "Well, kind sir, I am a servant girl of no decree, never to court and never to marry, for my true love is far at sea. It's 7 long years since I had a true love, 7 years since he left for sea, and 7 more I'll wait upon him, for if he lives he'll return to me." If he's alive, I wish to see him. If he's dead, I wish him rest. Even if he's wed, I hope he's happy, for he was the man I loved the best. He pulled his hand out of his pocket, his fragile hands were thin and small, showed her the ring they broke between them, and when she saw that she did fall, he stepped down to her, his glove he lifted, and then he gave her the ring. "I'm your true love, your missing soldier, and I've come home to marry thee." And so this pair, they did get married, and a happy pair I'm sure they'll be. Lived out his life and loved his wife, and bid farewell to the rolling seas.
And what a wonderful multi-instrumentalist he is too, performing with both fiddle and guitar on the same video. Great stuff. Thank you very much to Arthur. Lovely to see you again. We're moving on now to a talented singer-songwriter hailing from Northern Ireland and Devon. That's Blanid. Blanid's toured folk festivals during 2017 and 18, including Glasgow Music Festival Celtic Connections, before moving to London in late 2018, where she exploded onto the London folk scene, headlining 3 gigs and featuring in numerous others. Unusually, she only started writing her own music this past year. Despite this late blossoming, these very first songs that she's written have already garnered attention and acclaim. She was invited to play live on BBC Radio Kent in November 2019 and again in December 2019. And her first upload to BBC Music Introducing was played on BBC Music Introducing Devon and Cornwall. She's got her first official track, Numa Numa, is now available on all major streaming platforms. So one of our performers who came to us first when was she with us? It was 2017, so a couple of 3 years ago. Blanid was with us in 2017 with New Roots. She's obviously gone on to wonderful things since then. So I think we're going to enjoy listening to Blanid.
The truth, it fell so heavy like a hammer through the room that I could choose another over her. You always said I was an actor, babe. I guess in truth you just thought me amateur. That you never saw the signs, that you never lost your grip. Such a childish claim. Now I wear the brand of traitor. Don't it seem a bit absurd when it's clear I was so obviously framed? When it's clear I was so obviously framed. Surprised to hear what you already know, when all you really had to do was ask. I'd have told you straight away all those lies were true, and all that was false was fact. Now you hold me close and hard, but I was like a statue at most, refusing to acknowledge you'd been hurt. Now you're clawing at my throat, and you're crying all is lost, and your tears, they fell so hot upon my shirt, and your tears, they fell so hot upon my shirt. Well, the truth, it fell so heavy like a hammer through the room that I could choose another over her. You always said I was an actor, babe. I guess in truth you just thought me amateur. Was it you who told me once, now looking back it seems so real, that all our mistakes are merely graces before the meal? So why is it now, after I've had my fill, you would steal from me the sorrow that I've earned? Shall we call this a lesson learned? Shall we call this a lesson learned? made something that's real to show you how I feel. Hello, hello, it's me, Picasso. I will paint my words of love and your name on every wall. Raise up, start an și dragostea din te mi-amintesc de ochii tăi. I sold my strings, my songs, my dreams to buy paint that matches all the colors of my love. Hello, it's me, Picasso. I will paint my words of love and your name on every wall. Raise up, start an oma, no my, no ma, no my, no ma, no ma, no my. Keep on, she dragostea din te mi-amintesc de ochii tăi. When you leave, my colors fade to gray. All I want to stay, or all my colors fade away. Everywhere of love I used to say, now I paint it every day. Raise up there, start no man, no my, no man, no my, no man, no man, no my. Keep it down, she dragostea din te mi-amintesc de ochii tăi. Raise up there, dar no man, no my, no man, no my, no man, no man, no my. Keep it down, și dragostea din te mi-amintesc de ochii tăi. My ahi, my who, my aha, my aha. Maya he, Maya who, Maya ha, Maya ha.
And that was Blanid. Blanid, that's Blanid, and you can find her at blanid.co.uk. And that was the official track that she's got now available on all major streaming platforms called Numa Numa. Just a reminder that if you want to donate to New Roots and to these wonderful artists that are performing today, you can go to GoFundMe. Go to the GoFundMe and put New Roots 21st anniversary into the search box, and you can donate to this wonderful, wonderful organisation. Okay, so thank you, Blanid, for those wonderful songs. We're moving on now to Callum Granger. Now, Callum is slightly unusual in this setup today because he's, I think, the only performer that hasn't actually appeared yet in New Roots. He should have been in this year's competition, but of course it was postponed from our usual date in April. We're hoping we're going to be able to put it on in November this year. I think November the 1st is the date, but at the moment, of course, we're waiting to see just what happens later in the year. But the plan is to try and get it either at the Trestle Theatre in St Albans, where we always hold it, or online to hold the competition later in the year. So Callum was due to be in it, but he didn't manage to obviously perform because we didn't do it, but he's provided us with a video so we can listen to his music. He's part of a duo called Borders, and they've been trying to, well, they were certainly trying to gig as much as possible before the lockdown, he says, and they were both working full-time in education, so that made it a bit tricky to make it all work. Since the lockdown started, he says they've been using the time to write and record new demos and to look at reworking some older songs. They like to focus on the lyrics of their songs, and they feel a strong message and a good accompaniment of the two main aspects of making good music. They've got a 12-track album out called No One Else and a 4-track EP called Carolina Moon. both of which are available on iTunes and Spotify. And also they've got a Facebook page as well, Borders. So they've been uploading lots of live takes of new songs that might be appearing on their next CD there. So clearly working very hard to get new material recorded. So here we go with the next of our performers today, and this is Callum Granger.
Can't sleep, thinking about the secrets you keep. Too much going on around my head. Let the demons in when I take to my bed. I get up, turn on the lights, see the ruins of another lost night. There's an empty bottle, glass full of tears, and an ashtray with the butts of dead ideas. The clock, I'm moving it all. There's the phone on the table, but I've no one to call. So I curse the dark and I curse your lies. Guess there's nothing to do except wait for the sun to rise. I pull up a chair, pick up your notes. You didn't hold back, went straight for the throat. You hit me like a wrecking ball. You didn't even try to break my fall. So I pour my coffee, strong and black, and I swear there's nothing gonna take me back to when you were the hero and I was the prize. And we stay up all night waiting for the sun to rise. And the hands on the clock are moving it all. There's the phone on the table, but I've no one to call. So I curse the dark and I curse your lies. Guess there's nothing to do except wait for the sun to rise. Cause when the sun comes up, it'll bring a brand new day. It clears the mist inside my mind and soothes my pain away. And the hands on the clock are moving it all. There's a phone on the table, but I've no one to call. So I curse the dark and I curse your lies. Guess there's nothing to do except wait for the sun to rise. So I curse the dark and I curse your lies. Guess there's nothing to do except wait for the sun to rise. Thank you very much. How are you all doing? All right? Lovely, lovely, lovely. My name is Callum Granger. I am one half of Borders acoustic duo. I usually do this stuff with a very, very talented singer called Faith, but unfortunately she couldn't make this session. So here I am, all on my lonesome, to play for you guys. I just wanted to say a massive thank you to New Roots for having us, really appreciate it. And thank you to all of you for tuning in. If you like what you hear and you want to hear more, Borders Acoustic Duo is on the internet. Just type it in on iTunes, Spotify, whatever. We have an album and an EP. The album is No One Else, 12 tracks. And the EP is called Carolina Moon, 4 tracks. So check it out if you want to hear more. This last song was is written for all the key workers and especially the NHS. So this song is called Rainbows in Windows. She's no stranger to nighttime shifts. Now more than ever we need her gifts. doesn't ask for much, just a smile when she gets home, a bed to lay her head on, and a hand to hold through the unknown. She's got so much going through her mind, 1,000 jobs to do and not enough time. There's so many people needing her help, but she can't do it all by herself. It takes so much to keep it all together. She tries so hard to make lives better. She doesn't ask for much, just a smile when she gets home, a bed to lay her head on, and a hand to hold through the unknown. She won't fall under the pressure. She'll come out stronger on the other side. We're sending our love with rainbows and windows. We know you'll take it all in your stride. We're sending our love with rainbows and windows. We know you'll take it all in your stride. She's tired and drained. It's 3 a.m. She'll summon her strength, do it all again. Thank you very much. I've been Callum Granger, Borders Acoustic Duo. Do check us out online, and hopefully we will see you at some point in the future. See you later, guys. Thank you.
And that was Callum Granger giving us some of his own songs there, and you can track him down via Facebook, I'm sure. Yes, Facebook is a good place to try and catch him. The band is called Borders. His duo, his acoustic duo. A shout out now to somebody who's been very much involved with this particular performance today, with this celebration today, and that's Fionn Mair. Fionn first came to New Roots back in 2010, and she is a lovely singer on her own, but she's also part of the Foxglove Trio. Musically, her main activity has been the Foxglove Trio. She continues to sing solo occasionally, she says. She was awarded third prize in the 2012 Trad to Mad competition and Best Celtic Folk Singer at Llangollen Eisteddfod in 2011. She's also played with some Ceilidh bands, including the Spring Hill Jacks. And for a while, she wrote a blog about Welsh folk songs, which can be found on WordPress. She's also been a member and leader of the Tower Ravens Rapper Sword dance team. The Foxglove Trio we'll talk about probably after she's done her performance, because we're going to have a chat with Fionn shortly when we've heard her set. So I think the time has come now to listen to the wonderful voice of Fionn Mair. We seem to be experiencing some technical difficulties at the moment, so we're just going to take a little break. Don't go away, don't go away. We'll put a holding screen up and we'll be back with you shortly. I've set an
Bydd i min y was di bryder o brysur brasiat a ferch lle roes i'n serch am hyder dos di a ti dawed o'r fi mod i'n hwyl o'r dŵr aneli mod i'n irad am ei gwelad ac o'i chariad yn ffeili a cherefed o diw faddau ar y ddilyn am boeni dyn mor galed. Pan o'n yn hoenus iawn y fa hwyl, diwrnod gwyl yn gwylio. Can y faddais fenyw lan erioed, a ddysgafn droed yn rhodio. Pan y fe gwelais, sydd mi sefais, an y fy nghalon mi feddyliais. Weledd yn eslan ar deyrnas, a'i gwyn yn arrir oll o'i chwmpas. Ni fan sôn gredu un dyn fyw, nad oedd yn yr i'w angales. Good afternoon, everybody. Pnawn da. My name is Fion Mair, and that was a traditional Welsh folk song called Aderyn Pyr, and it's about somebody who is telling a bird all about a lovely lady that they have fallen in love with after seeing her at the fair. And I think I sang that song 10 years ago when I was a New Roots finalist back in 2010. The experience of being a finalist and then the gigs that I had as part of my prize for being a New Roots finalist really inspired me to go and set up a new folk band. And that folk band has become known as the Foxglove Trio. And so even though some of us are in Cardiff and some of us are in Berkshire, we're going to try and play a few songs for you this afternoon all together. The first one is going to be one of our Yorkshire songs, and it's one that's been put together by Patrick, who is the melodeon and cello player in the band. The other band member is called Kathy, and she is the cello and guitar player. And this song is called The Sheffield Apprentice. I was brought up in Sheffield, but not of high degree. My parents doted on me, they had no child of me. hope you enjoyed that song from Yorkshire. The next song we're going to do is one that is quite appropriate for these times. It's not a coronavirus song, we haven't had time to write that one yet, but it is something that is about something that's going on at the moment. Somebody on the news I heard the other day saying if it wasn't for coronavirus we would be talking so much more about the weather and what's happening with the climate right now. Apparently we've had the wettest February in history, followed by the driest May, or second driest May in history since records began. So this is a song about the changing climate. It's called The January Girl, and it's our adaptation of another great song called The January Man by Dave Goulder.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The January girl sets off in woolen hat and scarf, but soon discards them. The February girl needs not just scarves but shawls and coats and mittens too. In March the girl spots daffodils and wonders what the frost will kill. Or will there be a heat wave? The April girl is worried for the Easter lambs being born into a blizzard. In May the girl soaks in the sun and wonders whether summer captured spring. In June it's time to be outside, go open up your windows wide to welcome in the sun. July, so hot the bees die off, the girl can't get enough of ice cream sundae. The August daughters want to play, but now the rain has chased the sun away. In September Michael comes to court the girl, but she's no fun. She just complains about the weather. October girl tries harvesting her garden, but the autumn fruit has withered. November girl looks on and cries as streams and rivers flow into their towns. December girl tucks in the night with evergreens and candle lights. There's no need to light the fire. The January girl reclaims her woolen clothes and vows to treasure every day. She looks back through the year that's passed and worries for her sisters yet to come. The January girl's still here, but will the seasons of the year soon be lost forever? Thank you very much to all of you for tuning in this afternoon to listen to our set, and I hope you enjoyed the few songs so far, and I hope you're enjoying this afternoon's celebration of New Roots finalists. I have to say that I think New Roots is a really fantastic competition for young musicians. It's not like any other competition I've ever been part of, in that when you are a finalist, there's no winners, there's no first, second and third, everybody wins something. And what you win in terms of the performance opportunities and the contacts is absolutely invaluable as a young folk musician. So thank you very much to Alison and the team for running New Roots in the first place. Thank you to you again for asking us to play a bit of an extended set for you this afternoon. We're going to finish with another song together, which is another one from our most recent album, Distant Havens. The song is called These Are My Mountains, and it's written by a Scottish actor called James Copeland. It's another sort of pertinent one in that it's about going home, and I imagine most of you have spent an awful lot of time at home recently. But it's not home as in your house, which is where we're feeling a little bit stuck at the moment, maybe more home as in an area or a place that you feel really comfortable. So I hope you enjoy the song. It's got a chorus, so if you'd like to sing along in your comforts of your own homes, that would be lovely. These Are My Mountains.
Hi everyone, my name's Fred Claridge and I first took part.
this afternoon. Hi, Fionn.
Hi, Barry.
Nice to see you again. So
You too.
2010 you were in New Roots.
Yeah, it's a good
It's
10 years ago.
astonishing. Yeah, seen you a few times since then with the Foxgloves, of course, over the years, which has been lovely. You said quite a lot of nice things about New Roots. Thank you for that during your spot. I suppose the first question would be, how did New Roots help you when you got started?
It really helped. I mean, up until then, I come from Wales. I grew up in Mid Wales, and most of the sort of musical things I'd done were part of something called an Eisteddfod. I don't know if you've heard of an Eisteddfod, but it's
Yep.
musical competitions, all sorts of competitions, really, cultural competitions, and you have really small ones like in your village, and then there's a national and even an international one. And I'd done lots of those, and that's where I started singing folk songs, and really enjoyed learning the songs, really enjoyed performing. But I never ever won a single prize by myself, which was a bit dispiriting, really. But I kept going just because I loved singing. So being part of a competition where you'd kind of won before you even got to the the final bit of it, to the competition stage bit, was bizarre but really nice, because it meant that you could relax while you were doing your performance, and you got a bit of a longer performance. And the fact that you got, as a prize, you got opportunities to perform, that's like the best prize ever, in my opinion. Like a lot of prizes, you get rosettes or money, but the opportunity to do some more performance in a place that is appropriate to you was really invaluable. So it was a real confidence boost to know that people wanted to listen to me sing, and those opportunities that I got to do performances in that year were really helpful, really, really helpful.
What did you find about when you went to the various gigs? Was it did you feel as if you were being treated as a fully fledged folk performer, or was there a difference?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I think some of them I did were like extended floor spots, which was appropriate for me at the time. And then yeah, everyone was very encouraging, very respectful, and it was really the fact of kind of doing those gigs. I did the first few by myself and thought, this is kind of fun, but it would be a lot more fun if there were other people on stage with me. So it was pretty much directly the experience of doing those gigs after New Roots that made me think actually really fun to get some friends together. So that's Patrick and I are a couple, so I said to him, would you fancy doing some music? And we'd been playing together for a while. Obviously he said yes, and then sent an email to one of my best friends, Kathy, and we'd played music together in sixth form college, and said, what about doing something with melodeon and cello and other stuff? And just went from there, really.
That's great. Yeah, I think that's kind of the way that things should develop, isn't it? You look at how it is for you, and you make decisions about that, but you might decide that there is something more you need to do to make it even better for yourself. So we move on to the Foxglove Trio. Really, how are things going with you now?
Yeah, it's all right. We've done well, last Christmas we brought out a little Christmas EP. It was a 2017 that we brought out our last full album, although that doesn't feel like very long ago.
Does it? No.
No, feels like a couple of months ago in some ways. We're not professional musicians. We've all got day jobs, and we put quite a lot of time and effort into the trio alongside our day jobs. But it does mean that we're not doing as many gigs or putting out as much music as obviously as professional musicians, and as maybe sometimes we'd like. So the pace of things is a bit slower sometimes, but it was really nice doing the Christmas EP. At the moment we're kind of writing new music, but it's been a bit strange. Obviously the last few months we would have been meeting up a lot more, and we've been able to have chats on Zoom and send bits of ideas backwards and forwards, but it's not the same. And if you want to kind of co-create music, and sometimes we end up, one of us will write something sort of, and it's 90% done, but sometimes it'll be kind of 30% done, and then you make things together, you bat things backwards and forwards, and you just can't do that really via Zoom. So we're sort of taking things slowly at the moment, but doing lots of thinking and reading, and hopefully there'll be some new music ready for the next lot of gigs whenever we're allowed to go out and play live again.
That's nice to hear. Are you writing more stuff yourselves, because I know you did a lot of traditional stuff as well. Are you writing more stuff now yourselves?
Yeah, when we started off, our first sort of little EP was all traditional music, and I guess that was, you know, the sort of the background that we'd all come from was, yeah, looking at traditional music as the main kind of source of inspiration. But as time's gone on, we've done more kind of covers, or not really covers, arrangements of other people's music, and like the January Girl that you heard not long ago, that's
Amazing.
an adaptation, you know, of a heavily adapted version of somebody else's song, as a take on somebody else's song in a way. And on the last album, we did do a few completely self-penned things, but so we often tend to take something maybe traditional as a starting point. So it's either words or a tune, and then we'll change one and then maybe change the other as well. We've not done a lot, which has been kind of starting from scratch, you know, writing everything 100% ourselves. We've done a little bit of that, and it is something that we're interested in doing a bit more of, but it depends really. There's so many interesting folk songs out there. It's just kind of, I guess, about making them relevant to today, both musically and topic wise.
And something you all like as well. That helps.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the basis, isn't it? You know, there's no point doing a song that you don't enjoy playing, however relevant or fun or whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing, that you enjoy playing it together.
So right. So what advice would you give to young folk and roots artists who are starting out on their careers now? Apart of course in taking part in New Roots.
Definitely taking part in New Roots, and taking part in any kind of opportunity like that. I guess you know, it can feel scary, but the more you can push yourself to do things like New Roots competitions or other showcase opportunities, the more you can perform, the better you're going to get at performing at the end of the day. But also, I guess when you're starting out, it's really good to watch, well, all the time, not just when you're starting out, but it's good to watch other people and listen to other people. And, you know, when you see a performance that you like, or listen to a piece of music that you like, think, what was it about that I liked, and what can I emulate? Not to say that you're trying to copy someone, you know, you're not trying to be a covers band, but what was it about that performance that really made you laugh or cry? I don't think there's any point in doing music unless it either makes you laugh, cry, think, or dance. So, you know, kind of just identify what it is you enjoy about what you enjoy, and then think, okay, what element of that can I bring into what it is I'm doing in my performance?
That's very good advice. I like that. Can I quote you on that one?
Sure.
Laugh, cry, think, or dance. I love that. Very good. And of course, Fionn, you've been one of the drivers behind this this show today. So thank you for that. What made you want to get involved in it?
Well, I just, I mean, I've always thought it's, like I said before, it's just such a brilliant competition, and always feel grateful for the opportunity it's given me. And I think I'd been thinking about it for a little bit, and then I happened to see Alison at Kimpton Folk Festival last year, and just said, "Oh, Alison, have you ever thought about doing some sort of party get together?" Just because I know that there's loads of, you know, really famous bands and really good bands who aren't famous, and individuals as well who have gone through New Roots, and it was just really interesting to see them all. Like, I didn't even know who was on the list, but I just knew that there would be a really long and interesting list. And I said to Alison, "Have you ever thought of getting people together?" And she said, "Well, yeah, I have thought about it." And she said, "As it happens, next year is the 21st anniversary." So I said, "Well, it's a perfect opportunity, isn't it?" And, you know, this is in July, so there was enough time to organize something for this year. And, you know, we sort of had a few conversations, sent some emails out about doing a live event today, and then obviously had to kind of quickly reschedule and replan. But, you know, sending out those first emails, we had no idea how many people would be interested in getting involved. But I think the fact that so many people have written back and sent in some contributions really shows how much people value the New Roots competition.
Absolutely, we've got a huge number of people that have responded, and it's been really good, and the variety as well, and not just people from recent years, though we've got quite a lot from recent years, but quite a few going back a long way. I mean, back to the early 2000s, which is marvellous that they still want to be involved in something to do with New Roots. Yeah, well, thank you ever so much, Fionn, for being here and talking to us, and for helping us organise this thing. And good luck with the Foxglove Trio and all your music. And I'll be seeing you during the afternoon now, because you're still going to be on screen for me. But for everybody else, thanks ever so much, and we wish you all the very best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, Fionn. So let me remind you that this New Roots competition, well, this New Roots celebration today is can be you can donate to that. So we're not asking you to pay. There's no paywall for this particular performance, but you can donate. All you need to do is to go to the GoFundMe website and just type in New Roots 21st anniversary, and you'll find the appropriate page where you can throw as much money as you can possibly spare at us, so that we can pass it on to some of the performers that have been playing for you today, and also to help to keep the New Roots competition going. We have got it planned again, as I said, for November. Hopefully we'll be doing something in November, either online or in real life, up at the Trestle Theatre in St Albans, we hope. But we'll be posting things on our Facebook page, of course, as always, and on the St Albans Folk Music website, which is the sort of the base website for folk for New Roots, and you can find that at stalbansfolkmusic.com, I think. I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, I'm quite sure. Thanks ever so much, Theon. I'm going to move on now to our next performer, who is someone who took part in New Roots only 12 years ago. I say only 12 years ago. Dan Raza. Dan came along, played his guitar and sang to us, and he says, in his own words, this is what he says: "After taking part in New Roots, I became an international superstar in my own head. In the real world, however, I had a song featured on Neil Young's website, started hosting my own radio show, Spirit and Roots, toured around Europe, and released 2 albums of my own original music." Dan's albums are available at Bandcamp, danraza.bandcamp.com, and he's also got his own website, danraza.com. So it's Dan, R-A-Z-A, Dan Raza. Hopefully we've got the video queued up now, so I'm going to say I hope you're going to enjoy listening to Dan Raza.
Hello, my name is Dan Raza. Happy 21st birthday to New Roots. Ooh, 21 years old, man. Wow, I think that means, you can definitely go down the pub now. I think you can get married. Pretty sure you can do all those things before New Roots. But anyway, congratulations. I was 21 once and it was a good year. I played New Roots several years ago, and it was a really cool experience for me. And probably the best thing that came out of it was making some really, really amazing friends like Alison McFarlane, Bill Redway, Richard Scruton, Ross Scrivener. Those guys primarily. We went to Germany on 2 separate occasions, to Worms, and that would never have come about if I hadn't got involved in New Roots. And anyway, I'm not really sure what I'm meant to be doing on this video. You say I've got 10 minutes and I'm already 1 minute 10 seconds into it, so oh my gosh. Well, I remember when the New Roots final, or whatever you call it, that I was at. It was amazing. I didn't grow up around traditional folk music culture at all. I kind of grew up listening to Oasis, if you want to know the truth. But I was just knocked out by everyone's talent, really young people and people my age and what have you. But just wow, their virtuosity on the instrument, their knowledge of the vocabulary of I guess our indigenous British or English folk music. I thought it was amazing. It was a real education and wow, epiphany moment for me. So so I'll play you a couple of my songs, which I'm still not totally sure if they fit into the whole kind of tradition of all that kind of business. But anyway, I just love music, man. If it's got truth and heart to it, then that's what it's about for me. So this is Lockdown at the moment. If anyone's watching this in a utopian world in the future where we're out of this goddamn thing. So this is a song I wrote about. I wrote in the first few weeks of lockdown about a hero of mine who died during this crazy period. Mr. John Prine, great songwriter from Illinois. Well, I can see you shaking God's hand, pulling on his leg. You got him doubled up in laughter at the words that you just said. Then someone passes around the guitar and you pick that one in G, and it's enough to make the heavens shake and a tear roll down God's cheek. Trees fall, birds fly, ships sail off into the night. Old dogs know when it's time, but it ain't easy waking up now in a world without John Prine. Did they fix your favorite cocktail while you waited at the gate? Were you flirting with the angels? Did St. Peter take your case? I heard things are pretty good there up in Beulah Land. Maryland is just as pretty, and they got Hendrix in the band. Trees fall, birds fly, old ships sail off into the night, and old dogs know when it's time. But it ain't easy waking up now in a world without John Prine. But now paradise is hot tonight. Lord, it's such a lively place. The old crowd are getting rowdy and they're so glad to see your face. But it's hard times here on earth, John. Seems it's hard times everywhere. Won't you save a seat warm for us till we can meet you there? 'Cause we could sure use you around here to lift our spirits now. The economy is crashing and there's a loony in the White House. But you've gone on to the place where all the good guys go. Hold your guitar up to heaven, back with old Sam Stone. Trees fall, birds fly, old ships sail off into the night. Old dogs know when it's time, but it ain't easy waking up now in a world without John Prine. Yeah, John Prine. Something like that. All right, I'm assuming everyone's clapping wildly right now. I'm just gonna make that assumption that you're all going crazy, that you're all throwing your knickers at the TV screen. I'm sorry, a bit inappropriate, wasn't it? My Tom Jones reference, in case no one understands that. My gosh. So, like I say, these are kind of new songs that I've written, and I've only got 2.5 minutes left, so I better go on with it. I'm gonna try a new song. How about that? World exclusive for you all. Get excited. Knew my heart was in trouble from the moment our eyes met. Some things in life, they fade away, but others you can't forget. And that night on old Quebec Street is a kind that won't wear off. Leaves a man forever hungry, still in business for your love. Well, I hang on conversations every time I hear your name. If my heart could tell its secrets, it would put my tongue to shame. You'd have thought after all this time I might just have given up. Still chasing after shadows, still in business for your love. Still in business for your love. Still in business for your love. You'd have thought after all this time might have had enough. Many years have passed now, baby, and the world we knew has changed. Statues have been pulled down, and the streets have different names. But some embers keep on burning after the fires have stopped. So if you see me in this ghost town, I'm still in business for you. Oh, if you see me in this ghost town, still in business for you. Well, I kind of cocked that one up, but anyway, happy birthday, New Roots. Absolute pleasure to be part of this. Sorry, I've gone a little bit over. My name is Dan Raza, DANRAZA.com. If you want to check out my music, it would be wonderful to see you online. Thank you again. I'm looking forward to enjoying the rest of everyone playing. And big thanks to Alison and everyone else who is putting this event together and has put all the events in the past together. You are absolute saints for supporting live music and musicians. Love that. Love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you for your good wishes for New Roots. We really appreciate you being here, and thank you for your singing. Our next performer is Ellie McCann. Ellie McCann. Ellie came to New Roots for the first time in 2018 as a solo performer, and then she came back in 2019 with a band called Burdock. Since she took part in the 2018 New Roots, Ellie's performed in folk clubs and folk festivals both locally and further afield as a solo artist and in the bands Little Gidding and Burdock. Little Gidding have built up a strong following in the London folk circuit and have played sold-out gigs at Green Notes and the Harrison. Burdock was a New Roots finalist in 2019, and they've since made their festival debut at Sidmouth Folk Week and been support acts for musicians such as Julie Felix, the late lamented, sadly. Burdock is currently recording their first EP, and Ellie is also recording her solo debut EP, both hopefully to be released later this year. Ellie's now working as a primary school music teacher, and at the end of each term, she says she's been bringing different folk instruments in to play and demonstrate. And surprisingly, so far, the banjo has got the warmest reception. She teaches guitar, clawhammer, banjo, and mandolin lessons via Skype, email to find out more information to elliemccanmusician@gmail.com. And her debut EP should be released later this year. So that's Ellie. You heard about her. Let's see her and listen to her now. Ellie McCann.
Hello, my name is Ellie McCann. I'm a singer-songwriter and multi-instrumentalist from Luton in Bedfordshire, and I'm so excited to be singing as part of the New Roots event that's been organised for today. I'm really excited to hear everybody else's music, and I'm going to be playing a song for you and a couple of tunes as well. So this first song I'm going to start with is an original song that I wrote a few years ago now when I was at university. And I wrote this song because I got inspiration from my friend who set up the Student Action for Refugee group for my university, and she would tell me horrific circumstances that people would find themselves in to be able to seek asylum, and I thought it was very prevalent at the time, and I still think it is now. And so I'm going to sing a song called Safe Haven, which I wrote about it for you today. Hope you like it. They take away our liberty with an unconcerned stance, unsympathetic, cold-hearted, left in the dark. Fleeing from war and conflict, wanting to start again. Instead, these people are faced with long journeys to freedom. For most of them, it will never end. Stuck on a border somewhere in the journey to freedom. Different country and same story. Putting their lives at risk in search of a safe haven. Labeled in the media as a burden on the rest, spreading messages of hate or silencing them at best. Oh, they'll take away all our jobs, we need our country back again. They say ill-educated mindsets, the government doesn't act. For most of them it will never end. Stuck on a border somewhere in the journey to freedom. Different country and same story. Putting their lives at risk in search of a safe haven. Thousands of miles travelled, be it desert, land or sea. Smugglers making profit from these vulnerable refugees. Oh, once they reach the promised land, all dreams shatter on the ground. Oh, on Britain's borders, no hope can be found. For most of them, it will never end. Stuck on a border somewhere in the journey was a song called Safe Haven. That will be on an EP coming out soon, hopefully later on in the year. You can check my website for updates all about that. It's Ellie McCann, or the links will be around here somewhere. And speaking of links to stuff, I also do banjo, mandolin and guitar lessons. If you're interested, that will be somewhere around here. So yeah, I'm going to finish with 2 tunes on the banjo. The first one is a tune called Dorigo, and it's by an American fiddle player called George Jackson. And then I'm going to go into another tune called Salt Spring by an American bluegrass multi-instrumentalist, very talented guy called John Reichman. So I hope you like them. Before I play these tunes, I'd just like to say thank you to Alison for organising this. Alison McFarlane does so much for New Roots and the St Albans folk scene and the folk scene in general. So thank you, Alison, and to everybody else involved with putting this event on. And hopefully I'll see you at a live gig sometime soon. So take care of yourself, look after each other. I've been Ellie McCann. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Ellie. That was Ellie McCann. Apologies to anybody who found that video was a little bit strange at the end with the banjo playing. It wasn't the banjo, it was the video. But we're working on little techie things at the moment to try and make sure that doesn't happen again. Sorry about that, Ellie, but we loved your performance, especially the first song, which was gorgeous, and I can see why the children love your banjo playing. So that was Ellie. We're moving now to a performer who came first in 2018 to New Roots. You're going to be seeing a bit more of him later on this afternoon, because he's going to be on one of our panels, and he's also going to be doing some MCing for us. And this is Eli Cuthbertson. Since the New Roots finals and before lockdown, he's been gigging as a soloist and in a duo with Rowan Collinson and with the National Youth Folk Ensemble, as well as continuing to develop as a musician. Since the lockdown, he's been making an album to help raise money for Help Musicians UK, the charity. He's going to tell you more about that during his set, so I won't spoil the surprise by saying anything about it now. But just to say that this particular album, this project that he's got going, includes another couple of New Roots alumni, as it were, Dave Delar and Finn Collinson, as well as Sam Sweeney, on this CD that he's doing. Anyway, he'll tell you all about it shortly. So just sit back and enjoy the music of Eli Cuthbertson.
Hello, I'm Eli Cuthbertson, and I'll start off by playing a tune that I wrote called The Doorbell and the Bread Thank you very much. So yeah, that was a tune that I wrote called The Doorbell and the Bread Maker. And I've been doing a lot of tune writing recently because of a project that I'm doing, which I'll quickly tell you about. So in a nutshell, I'm making an album at the moment called COVID-19 Compositions. So I have 19 tracks like COVID-19, all pieces that I've written myself, and it will be to help raise money for the brilliant charity Help Musicians UK. who are doing wonderful things at the moment to help musicians who've been particularly impacted by lockdown, who've had gigs cancelled and so have no income now. So they're doing brilliant things, and this will be to help raise money for that. And there's lots of other musicians featuring on the album as well. So the tune that I just played on the album, the amazing Sam Sweeney is playing on that track too. And there's other musicians, to list a few, David Delar, Finn Collinson, Elizabeth Flett, Don't Feed the Peacocks. Those are some the names featuring on the album, and there are many more, which is really, really exciting. I'm very lucky to have so many amazing people playing on the album. You can follow me on Twitter and Facebook to get updates on who is featuring on the album. Every Friday I announce another person, or on my website as well, which is www.elicuthbertson.weebly.com. And on my social media pages and the website, I'll also post announcements and details when I announce some more things about the album as well. And I'll play you one more tune now, which is from the album, and it's called Trapped in Freedom. And it's called that because I was kind of thinking about the strange contrast that we have at the moment between being kind of trapped at home and the freedoms that kind of gives us in some ways. Obviously there's many things we can't do, but some more freedoms maybe. That's what I was kind of thinking about. And thank you very much to the people at New Roots for putting on this event and for inviting me to be part of it. It's really nice to be a part of this, and it's harder than you might think putting on a big event like this online, so thanks very much to the people at New Roots for doing this. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. This is Trapped in Freedom.
And that was Eli Cuthbertson. And you'll be seeing more of Eli, as I said, shortly, because he's going to be on the panel and he's going to be introducing some more artists a little later this afternoon. So thanks for that wonderful melodeon playing, Eli. On now to another solo artist that I've enjoyed an awful lot since he was at New Roots. He came to New Roots in 2016, 17 and 19, and it's Finn Collinson. He was mentioned just now by Eli. Finn's debut album, Call to Mind, was released last September, and around about the time of the release, he completed a nationwide tour with a full band, starting with an appearance at the Ham Marquee in Sidmouth Folk Festival, and taking in several packed venue gigs throughout the second half of 2019. They were due, of course, to be touring the Finn Collinson Band again this year, but this has now been postponed for the obvious reasons until 2021. In addition to solo work, he also delivers workshops at several venues and youth music organisations, and he's formed a new Ceilidh and Tunes band called Stroma. He's continued working with his award-winning recorder quartet, Ori, and performed in a production for English National Opera. He's just finished his penultimate year of study at the Guildhall School of Music and Drama in London. His debut album, Call to Mind, mentioned earlier, is available from his website. It's finncollinson.com. So you can find it there, but let's listen to him now. Please listen, enjoy Finn Collinson.
Hello, my name's Finn Collinson. It's lovely to be recording this little set today in celebration of 21 years of New Roots. I've been very lucky to take part in New Roots a few times now. And to start off, I thought I'd play a couple of tunes that we used to play in a previous duo of mine called Shorelark. And that was the first time I ever entered New Roots was with that project. And here's a couple of tunes that we used to play. The first of which is a traditional slip jig called Hardy Man the Fiddler. And then the second tune is a tune that I wrote that's named after an amusing thing we saw in the campsite of Broadstairs Folk Week a few years back, where a seagull landed on the top of a tent and then slid down the tent. And when it got to the bottom, it looked so satisfied with itself that I thought it deserved a tune. So I named this tune The Sliding Seagull. So, since I last took part in New Roots, I've released my first solo album. It's called Call to Mind, and I thought I'd sing you one of the songs from it. It's a mixture of tunes and songs, and that's what I tend to do in my solo repertoire is play some tunes and some songs. And in a 10-minute set, it's a bit strange to sort of have one tune set and then one song, but I hope you don't mind. This is a traditional song called The Banks of the Nile, which I remember I sang as part of my set at New Roots the last time I was there, and it seemed to go down quite well that time, so hopefully I can do it justice again today. So yeah, as I said, this is this appears on my album Call to Mind, and if you fancy hearing some more of what I've been doing, both in terms of songs and tunes, then there's a load of stuff on that album, and it's available on CD from my website, or you can listen to it online as well. So yeah, enjoy the rest of the music that you're going to be hearing today, and yeah, long live New Roots, and thank you very, very much to Alison and to Barry and the whole team at New Roots for supporting me over the years and supporting countless other artists as well. It really, really means a lot. So here we go. This is called The Banks of the Nile. Hark, the drums do beat, my love, I can no longer stay, for the bugle horns are sounding clear, and we must march away. We're ordered down to Portsmouth, and it's many's the weary mile, to join the British Army on the banks of the Nile. Oh, but William, dearest William, don't leave me here to mourn. Don't make me curse and rue the day that ever I was born. For the parting of our love would be like parting with my life. So stay at home, my dearest love, and I will be your wife. Oh, but Nancy, dearest Nancy, sure that will never do. For the government has ordered, and we are bound to go. The government has ordered, and the Queen she gives command. And I am bound on oath, my love, to serve in a foreign land. But I'll cut off all my yellow hair, and I'll go along with you. I'll dress myself in uniform, and I'll see Egypt too. I'll march beneath your banner while the fortunate do smile, and we'll comfort one another on the banks of the Nile. But your waist it is too slender, love, and your fingers are too small, and the sultry suns of Egypt your rosy cheeks would spoil, where the cannons they do rattle, and the bullets they do fly, and the silver trumpet sounds so loud to hide the dismal cry. Cursed be those cruel wars that ever they began. They've robbed us and our country of many's the gallant man. They've robbed us of our sweethearts while their bodies feed the lions on the dry and sandy deserts that are the banks of the Nile. Cheers. Thanks for listening.
That was Finn Collinson. Again, wonderful performance from Finn there, and you can see him with his band when they start touring again, all being well. Don't forget that you can donate to New Roots via GoFundMe. If you go to the GoFundMe website and enter New Roots 21st anniversary into the search box, you will find the correct page, or you can follow a link from the New Roots Facebook page to the GoFundMe link, and all donations will be used for to help out the musicians that we've got performing for us today. We're all doing it absolutely free of charge, obviously, and also to help to keep New Roots going as the organisation and the competition that it's become. So moving on now to our last performer before the panel meeting that we're going to have shortly. And this performer came to New Roots in 2012, so 8 years ago now. He took part in New Roots with his old band Fallingham Fair, remember them well. They were lucky enough to get a slot at Lee Folk Festival following New Roots, and went on to tour and get widespread radio play on BBC Introducing and BBC Radio 6, as well as an appearance on Channel 4's Sunday Brunch. Since they stopped playing together a few years ago, Fred has launched his new project Sourced, which was born out of an obsession with Radio 4 and podcasts while travelling around as a drummer for acts such as Blair Dunlop, Billy Bragg and Gilmore and Roberts, who we'll also be seeing later. He started to write about interesting events and figures that he'd heard about from the past, and released his first EP back in 2018. His EP is being sold on his Bandcamp page, as well as his recent Live at Abbey Road released, which was recorded at Abbey Road Studios in London to raise money for the Senio Orphanage in the Democratic Republic of Congo. All of that from Fred, who was in New Roots 8 years ago. So here comes Fred now to play for you.
Hi everyone, my name's Fred Claridge, and I first took part in New Roots with a band of mine called Fallingham Fair. Today I'm going to sing you some songs from a new project of mine called Sourced, and Sourced was really born out of an obsession for Radio 4 and podcasts and all things history, and I started writing songs about really interesting people and events from the past, and this one is about an amazing guy called Cornelius Drebbel, who was an inventor for James I, and he's seen as, even though he's not really mentioned in the history books, he's seen as a really important person in the early development of things like submarines and solar power, and also the discovery of oxygen. So this one's called So Many Stories Started With You. Royal Navy, we used to working in seas. As part of James I's court, I was given the task of creating a street. I'll take you all the way from Westminster to Greenwich and all the way back again. When we arrive with 12 feet under, you'll be the first underwater king. Don't even get me started on air conditioning, harpsichords that play from the sun. I wanna know how you men were breathing and whether in fact you found oxygen. Oxygen. Ooh, your face on our letters the whole way to the moon. So many stories started with you. Good day, sir, our reporter's Cornelius Drebbel. Yeah, I used to be a painter engraver, but Sophia Spanish on another level. Yes, you heard right, I dropped my flash right onto the windowsill. A mistake at the time, and I made no money, but my girls, they always will. face on our letters all the way to the moon. So many stories started with you. Pouring pints and barely living, draining the fans you kept on giving in. Pouring pints and barely living, draining the fans you kept on giving in. Pouring pints and barely living, draining the fans you kept on giving. Your face on a letters the whole way to the moon. So many stories started with you. So many stories started with you. So many stories started with you. Thanks very much. This next one is about an amazing lady called Sylvia Beach, and I'm lucky enough to do quite a lot of touring as a drummer, and I was actually on tour in Paris, and I went to Sylvia Beach's shop, which is called Shakespeare & Co, and I read this amazing quote on the wall which said that Sylvia Beach did more for linking Britain and America and Europe together during the 30s and the war and things like that than all the diplomats put together. And I looked into Sylvia Beach since then, and she was a really amazing woman. She was the first lady to put out Joyce and Hemingway as a publisher, and just seemed like she was really up for taking a risk for art, and I admire that. So this one's called An American in Paris. An American in Paris, you were a first for me. A long way from Baltimore, but there's no place but here I'd rather be. All the way across Dublin Bay, that book, it took my breath away. Next on my list it was Hemingway. These guys, they've got so much to say. I didn't expect Paris to fool like it did. I had a good run, but there was no liberating this. They found this American in Paris in 1942. I didn't mind closing my doors, but I minded leaving you. Yeah, I minded leaving you. Oh, I'll meet you on the left side where they say things ain't right. Ooh, we're gonna linger these great minds, leave this modern world behind. unexpected this. When I hold you in my arms, everything's okay. I had you until 55, but then your demons, they got in the way. Oh, I makes you want the left side where they say things ain't right. Ooh, we're gonna linger and scream eyes, leave this modern world behind. World behind. World behind. World behind. Thanks so much. You can find me at Sourced Band on Facebook, on Instagram, Fred Claridge on Twitter, and on Bandcamp. It's sourcedband.bandcamp.com, and you can find all of my releases there if you'd like to hear more. Thanks so much, everyone. Have a nice rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Fred. That was Fred Claridge there, and as he said, you can find his project Sourced on Bandcamp and various other platforms there. So thanks a lot for that. It was brilliant. So now we've come to a part of the afternoon and evenings entertainment, if you like, which is going to involve a panel of ex-New Roots performers, people who've been in New Roots over the years. So I'm hoping they're going to turn up any moment now. We have Arthur Coates, who we've already heard today. We have Blanid, who we've also heard. Eli Cuthbertson, who's also been performing this afternoon. And Iona Lane, who is going to be in the next group of performers coming up very shortly. So our panel, I hope, is gathered, and I hope we'll be able to talk to them very, very shortly. Meantime, just a reminder that we can accept your donations. If you want to go to the GoFundMe website and type in New Roots 21st anniversary, you will be able to donate there, or you can follow the link from the New Roots Facebook page. Right, how are we doing with the panel now? Do we have a panel yet? That's marvellous, jolly good. I can't see them. Ah, that's because I need to click something up here. I've got my panel now. How wonderful. Wonder where you'd got to. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all again. What I thought we'd do, we've got about 10 minutes, and I just thought we could throw this open to you and to say, really, sort of the main question is what did New Roots do for you? What was your experience of New Roots? Blanid, perhaps you'd like to kick us off.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, it's a bit windy here. Yeah, so I entered for New Roots in 2017, and I had a great experience. I had performed at folk festivals in the past, but with New Roots, it gave me the chance to sing like in the Maltings Theatre alongside, another brilliant group. And it was just really great having a sitting paying audience there for me. I think that was the first time that it probably had a captive audience, so to speak. And that kind of was a real confidence boost, and really kind of got me on the path to doing more gigs and more paying gigs. So when I moved to London the following year, I kind of had a foot in the door, so to speak, to get into the London folk scene. So yeah, it was really great for me.
Good, that's lovely. That's nice to hear. Arthur, how about you?
Yeah, so I think I auditioned for New Roots in 2014 or 15, I think. Mm-hmm. And seems an awful long time ago.
2015, yeah.
And I did it by myself then, and I had a few things, including Upton on Severn Folk Festival, which is always a good one. And I also came a few years ago with the Tohon, a four-piece, playing lots of kind of transatlantic music, which was that was really good for us as well. So
that's cool. Yeah, good. Iona, how about you? How was your experience of New Roots?
So I came last year. It was really lovely. I think my favourite thing about the whole event was just being able to meet so many other young folk musicians and people who are sort of my age and passionate about the same kind of music. That was something that was really special. And a lot of the people that I met on that day, you know, I'm still in contact with via social media and stuff, which is so lovely. And had some amazing gigs out of it. I think Chesham Folk Club was one of my favourites. So such a lovely audience. But yeah, just having sort of meeting all these people who are sort of trying to do the same thing was just so amazing.
Yeah, Chesham's a really good gig. The performance opportunities we have put on a special evening, don't they? They actually have an evening where they have a 2 or 3 of the New Roots people come on and perform. I think the Black Swan used to do it as well up in York, but sadly that's no longer. So that's a really good gig to have, isn't it? The Chesham one. And Eli.
So I mean, I think for me it was a really good experience and a really useful experience. A kind of year. So I did New Roots in 2018, I think, and from then on, throughout a year, there were various gigs that were coming through from that, like kind of folk clubs around London and a couple of other bits and pieces, which was really a good experience. Kind of be gigging about a few places for that year, and then what was really nice was that a few other gigs started to come in later on from people who hadn't seen me at New Roots but had seen me at a gig that was from New Roots. So it kind of started spreading, which was really useful. And yeah, it was a really great way to meet people. Like I understand, I'm also still in contact with people from New Roots and have collaborated with them in other ways since. So it's been really good.
Smashing. That's really nice to hear. So any other comments anybody wants to make about New Roots, or about what you're doing now, or about how New Roots have helped you to get to where you are? Martin, anybody? Who's going to go first? Go on then, Glenn. You're there.
Yeah.
Out in the open air.
Out in the open air, just having a great time here.
Looks lovely.
Yes, it is.
Oh, wow.
Sadly, this is not my place. It's a public park. Yeah, New Roots has done me so well. I now live here.
That's right.
No, I was going to say, so as I said, I'm in London now, and kind of writing my own stuff, as well as doing some more traditional folk things. So I know I already mentioned about the confidence that New Roots had given me, but also kind of getting a leg into the London folk scene and being able to have New Roots on my CV meant that I think I'm probably luckier than most artists who struggle to get places or struggle to get gigs a lot of the time. So having that on my CV and it being reputable in St Albans, you know, like Malting Theatre and all that sort of stuff, meant that I was able to get paying gigs from when I first came to London, which has just been like amazing for me. So definitely a big shout out to New Roots for helping me both in confidence and in terms of experience.
Well, it's nice to know that happens. Thanks, Blanid, for that. Yeah. Anybody else want to buzz in?
Just to add to that, if I can, like you were saying, it's a really good way into the kind of folk scene and the gigging scene, because it's easier once you've done a couple of gigs to then contact other venues and say, if you want to play there, to say, here are the gigs that I've done. But it's really useful to have that foundation of places, especially if they're kind of local ones about London or in the St Albans area. That's really useful foundation to have to then go on to other places as well.
Oh, good. Thank you for that. Iona,
I think also.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Go, Arthur.
No, I was just going to say, I think it's also in the end of the final when we have a bit of a jam. In there's always a really special feeling with everyone joining in together, and that's just a small bit of a wonderful things that New Roots brings.
I was going to mention that actually, because that's something that's always been it's happened all through the years, and it's always been spontaneous. And I can remember some years when we've had a gloriously sunny day and it's just gone outside into the garden there outside the theatre, and other days when it's been chucking it down and it's just been inside and very foggy and misty and hot and humid and gorgeous. And the nice thing for me often is, because I go with the judges and I do all the sort of admin work with the judges, is coming back into that room again after sometimes an hour's deliberation up there or maybe longer, and finding this enormous session going on and everybody having a whale of a time. And everybody seems to be able to join in, even those people who maybe don't play instruments in traditional form or whatever. There's always some way that people seem to be able to join in, which is lovely. Yeah, Iona, have you got anything further you'd like to add?
Yeah. So I think the main thing that I've been working on is material for my debut album.
Mhm.
And obviously having gigs that have stemmed from New Roots have meant that I've been able to sort of trial a lot of those songs and stuff. So yeah, I suppose like trialing stuff at folk clubs and gigs is really good. That's sort of really helped me with my album planning. Yeah.
Lovely, thank you. Well, as Iona said earlier on, the only way to get better is to keep doing it. And also the other thing that she said was listening to other people, learning from them, taking the things that you want, not taking the things you don't want, and developing in that kind of way. So 4 very successful ex-New Rootsers, isn't it lovely to see you? Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. It's been lovely to see you again and to hear you again. And we'll be seeing you again, Iona, shortly in the next set. And Eli is now going to take over the emceeing for me. So I'm going to go and have a cup of tea, but I shall still be watching. No escape. And I'm going to hand you over now. I hope the technology works perfectly for this. I'm going to hand you over now to Eli Cuthbertson to compare for the next 3/4 of an hour to an hour.
Great, thanks, Barry. Yeah, so we'll be kicking off the next kind of hour and a half or so chunk of music with Gren Bartley, who's a wonderful musician who entered New Roots 16 years ago, or no, 14 years ago, I can't do the maths, in 2006. And he's toured and recorded a lot since then. He's released 2 world music albums played on slide guitar, which are available to download from his website, which is www.grenbartley.com. And some of his music has also been used on Countryfile, and he's also tours with a theatre company creating work for children with special needs. It's fantastic. So here is Gren Bartley. Hope you enjoy it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gren Bartley. It's a pleasure to have been asked to play a couple of songs for you this evening. It is evening where I am right now. I'm going to start with one of mine. This is called Strange Times. It's not about our particular situation, but the name seemed kind of apt, and it's been mentioned to me by a couple of people, this song, so I thought I'd play it for you. Hope you enjoy it. Strange times, selling how we live just to survive. Strange times, so hard to breathe in these strange times. She's a good old truck, got a rust on the door. Her feet's a sound, but her heart is sore. Half a ton, no cent for scrap. She's broken down, she's never coming back. See this hammer with its grain worn smooth. Well, it's the same damn hammer my granddaddy used. He cut the stone and he bent the nail. He laid the track, but he never rode the rail. Where we gonna go? Where to? If you've gotta go, I'm coming with you. No. Well, there ain't no use waiting for your ship to land when all your worth you hold in your hand. Here's my money for my back to bend, but what they broke, well, it ain't never gonna mend. Where we gonna go? Where to? If you've gotta go, I'm coming with you. Where we gonna go? Where to? If you've gotta go, I'm coming with you. La, la, la. In these strange times, oh, they're strange times, we're selling how we live just to survive. These strange times, so hard to breathe in these strange times. Thank you. I'd like to leave you with this this tune now. Bear with me a second. This is an old tune. Perhaps you'll recognise it. But this is Sleepwalk by Santo and Johnny. Enjoy the rest of the festival, and I hope to see you all in real life soon. Take care, everyone.
Lovely stuff there from Gren Bartley. Thank you, Tim, for sending that video in. Next up, we have a video from Heather Ferrier, who entered New Roots only last year in 2019. And she now plays in 2 bands as well, which is called Bolter and Run, both of which have produced new singles. Heather has also been writing new material for a CD to be recorded later this year, hopefully, with coronavirus permitting, of course. She also offers accordion lessons, so see her Facebook page for more information on those, which is facebook.com/Heather Ferrier Music. So I look forward to hearing the CD when that's been recorded, but for now, this is Heather Ferrier.
Thanks very much. I'm Heather, and thanks for listening, wherever you are. They were 2 tunes that I wrote, and they were named after both of them were named. I can't speak. It's weird when there's not an audience there. You lose all your words. Those 2 tunes were written both after late night experiences. And the next tune I'm going to do is one that doesn't have a name yet, and I was kind of like, I will have a name by the time I was going to record this, and I still haven't thought of a name, so it's still nameless. very much. This is my last one, and this is a 3/2 hornpipe, and it's my absolute most favourite 3/2 hornpipe there has ever been. So this is Northern Frisk. Thanks very much for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the music.
Lovely tunes and lovely playing there from Iona Lane. Reading the wrong thing. Although I was watching it was fantastic from Heather there. And you can find out more about the stuff that she's up to on her Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Heather Ferrier Music. So next up we have Iona Lane, who you heard earlier on the discussion panel. So Iona also entered New Roots last year in 2019. And she's finished her degree in folk music at the Leeds College of Music under the tuition of some of the top folk musicians in England, like Nancy Kerr, Jim Moray, Sam Carter, and Bryony Griffith. She's also been gigging nationally and was preparing to record her debut album, which was meant to happen in October, but has been postponed to April 2021 because of COVID-19. She was chosen by Caroline Polwart to receive the Taran Guitars Young Players Bursary 2020. And she will be working with luthier Rory Dowling to design and create a custom guitar. Her various CDs and EPs are available from her website, ionalane.com. So here we have Iona Lane.
Hi, my name's Iona Lane and I'm going to sing a couple of songs for you. It was really lovely to be part of New Roots last year in 2019, and a massive thank you to everyone at New Roots and Alison for organising this. So I'm going to start with a song of mine called Crossroads, and this is a song I wrote after being inspired and learning about the penal days in Ireland and at various points in Celtic history where the English have banned traditional dance, traditional music and instruments, and lots of instruments were burnt, and this is sort of where the lilting tradition stemmed from, when people couldn't play tunes. And dancing was banned at various points, and apparently people used to meet at crossroads to dance as they were sort of easy to disperse from, and I assume no one really owns the land. So yeah, it was sort of inspired by that, and this is called Crossroads. He said, darling, lay down and go to bed. At first light I'll take you dancing, we'll be sinners before we're dead. I want to swing you around in my arms and dance with you until my legs work no more. She said, I've never danced with anyone before, too risky to lose my life for one brief moment. And what if we're caught? How could I love you anymore when all I'd breathe is soil and we'd be turned to dust once more? La da da la da da la da 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 la do da da la da da la da 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 la da da la da da la da 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 la do da da la da da la da 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 da. They met at the crossroads where east meets west. With fiddle in hand he taught her a dance at its simplest, and step by step he drew her closer. The hours flew right by into the sunset. She said, thank you for showing me how to tread on our land before armored boots came and told us not to dance. He said, I'll take you dancing, let's meet the same time each week. At this crossroads we will dance and love, and we can be free. La da da la da da la da 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 la do da da la da da la da 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 la da da la da da la da 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 la do da da la da da la da 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 la da da la la da da la la da da la da da la do da da la da 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 da. Oh. The next week she waited at the crossroads where they'd meet. But little did she know that he'd been hunted in his sleep for breaking the law that denies people of their own tradition. She waited all day in naivety of such an affliction. She said, I'll go, oh, to the crossroads each week. I'll wait for you, my love, to come back to me. I wish to dance with you once more before I die. And someday soon we'll meet under a friendlier sky. La da da la da da la da 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 la ooh do da da la da da la da 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 la da da la da da la da 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 la ooh do da da la da da la da 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 la da da la da da la da 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 la la da da la da da la da 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 la do da da la da da la da 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 da. They met at the crossroads where east meets west. Thank you very much. I'm going to leave you with this one, and this is a song called The Star O' the Bar, and I first heard this sung by Julie Dunlop, but have learned it over the past few years from a really good friend of mine, Kat. She sings it beautifully. So yeah, I hope you enjoy it. A massive thank you to everyone at New Roots for doing all the amazing work you do over the years, and yeah, it's been really lovely to be part of this. I hope you enjoy everyone else's performances, and yeah, hopefully see you at a gig soon. Oh, I'll sing ye a stave if you'll gaze your attention. And it's nae sang o' pity, it's nae tale of woe, and it's nae word of honour or love will I mention, but I'll sing ye a lassie I kent long ago. Nay, better than mace, and nay worse as money, and what drew me to her's no easy to say. She was coarse, she was hatless, and she was nae that bonny. But she was the star o' the bar in her day. I've stravaked the Royal Mile with her, drinking in style with her, rode up and down often surveyed, fought and swore in the pubs with her, roved in the dubs with her, caged money subs for her, never repaid. Nay, better than maced, and nay worse as money, and what drew me to her's no easy to say. She was coarse, she was heartless, and she was nae that bonny. Ah, but she was the star o' the bar in her day. Now ye lads with young lasses, believe me, love soon passes. With all your bright dreams as their straws in the wind. Better one who'll sit down with you, sing a fine tune with you, pass the glass round with you, drink herself blind. Nay, better than maist, and nay worse as money, and what drew me to her's no easy to say. She was coarse, she was heartless, and she was nae that bonny. Ah, but she was the star o' the bar in her day.
Lovely stuff there from Iona Lane. You can listen to more of her music on her website, www.ionalane.com. Now we have a set from the wonderful Jack Blackburn, who entered New Roots in 2011. Jack has appeared with and supported artists such as Paul Jones in the Blues Band, Coco Montoya, Charlie Parr, Dave Swarbrick and Buddy Whittington, and has had music played on many radio shows, including BBC Six Music Introducing with Tom Robinson, BBC CWR, BBC Hereford and Worcester, North Cotswold Community Radio, and many more. In October 2009, Jack was a semi-finalist in the very prestigious BBC Radio 2 Young Folk Musician of the Year. And in November 2010, Jack was again a semi-finalist in this event. Jack has been featured in the magazines Blues in Britain, Blues Matters, the acoustic magazine Maverick, and Rock and Reel. And his music has been described as exceptional by Whispering Bob Harris. So I hope you enjoy, and I'm sure you will, this next set from Jack Blackburn.
Hello everyone, I'm Jack Blackman, and this is a song called Berwick Street Blues.
Record company guy said I like your style, but I can't hear it filling Wembley Stadium. 'Cause times sure are hard for boys with guitars, even if you know damn well how to play 'em. But it ain't the first time I've been kicked from behind. I'm getting pretty good at being turned down. If there's one thing I've seen more than the wrong side of a door, it's the last of all my bridges being burned down. So put me on a train, I'll go anywhere. Take me far away from this town. Tell me you love me if you really dare, and I'll try to make it up to you somehow. There's ghosts in the windows of the record stores. You cast your dreams upon the sleeves. Everyone's got a story that sounds like yours, but it don't always end up how you once perceived. So put me on a train, I'll go anywhere. Take me far away from this town. Tell me you love me if you really dare, and I'll try to make it up to you somehow. You've never seemed so far from the corner of this bar and the neon lights where we'd meet. When I come back, I'm making mine what I left behind in that gutter down on Berwick Street. So put me on a train, I'll go anywhere. Take me far away from Soho Town.
Alright, that was Berwick Street Blues. This next one's a song called Nearly Man. And this got a bit of love from Whispering Bob Harris on Radio 2. But he said it very, very quietly. And this is the title song of an album that I had for sale that I released back in 2016, I think. So check it out online on my website, jackblackman.com. And this is Nearly Man.
I nearly got to do it. I nearly saw it through. Nearly, but I blew it. Now there's nothing I can do. I nearly found the answer. Almost cracked the code. I started on the journey, but only got halfway down the road. 'Cause I am a nearly man. I nearly had your love, and I've been trying the best I can, but you never hear me. Not even nearly. I nearly won the ticket, nearly sang a song. I would have gotten away with it, but I got the words all wrong. And I nearly got the pardon, almost shifted the blame. I stood there at the station, but I missed the last train. 'Cause I am a nearly man. It's what I do best. I don't expect you to understand, 'cause nobody hears me. Not even nearly. but no one cares about me. Not even Nelly.
Thank you, that was Nearly Man. I'm gonna switch over to my electric. Okay, I'm gonna play a song that I wrote in Mississippi, in the Mississippi Delta. And this is called Hognose Gin.
Well, when I'm down, when I'm low, the only place a man can go is with his blues on down the road. Get a little taste of old Hognose gin. She won't let you out once you get in. My soul's in sin since I had a taste of Hognose gin. Well, don't drink beer, don't like wine, only drink whiskey at breakfast time. Travel the world, what did I find? The only thing to satisfy my mind, Hognose gin. I said it before and I'll say it again. You know you can't win. I can't get enough of that Hognose gin. And when it gets to Judgment Day, my spirit rises from the clay. Heaven or hell, Lord, I don't care. Just go what I need when I get there. It's a tough discipline, yeah, to keep on drinking Hognose gin. Well, when I'm down, when I'm low, the only place a man can go is with his blues on down the road. Get a little taste of old Hognose gin. She won't let you out once you get in. My soul's in sin since I had a taste of Hognose gin. It's a tough discipline to keep on drinking Hognose gin. Yeah, to keep on drinking Hognose gin. Yeah, to keep on drinking Hognose gin.
Okay, Hognose gin. I'm going to play one more for you in this little set. I wrote this song at the start of lockdown, and is kind of a slightly tongue-in-cheek take on self-isolating. I made a video for it, so check that out. I did it in all the rooms around the house, like in the bath and stuff, and fully clothed. So this is just called the Self-Isolation Song.
When I was a teenager, I learned to play guitar. I'd sit inside while all my friends drank underage in bars. And there I found I didn't need no other company. So this self-isolation will be a breeze. Then when I got older, I started writing songs. The money's always crummy and the hours are flipping long. At least I don't have to tell no one to keep away from me. So this self-isolation will be a breeze. To be stranded on a desert island is my idea of fun. I guess I should just shave my hair and become a Buddhist monk. Then I won't have to pretend to like you every time we meet. This self-isolation will be a breeze. I'm just the kind of person to keep the curtains drawn all day. If you ask me, the great outdoors is overrated anyway. And the thought of people queuing sets off my anxiety. Might start a conversation with me. Don't invite me to your party, I'll only kill the mood. Just like Brian Wilson, I'd rather stay in my room. Maybe he was on to something the rest of us can't see. This self-isolation will be a breeze. Yeah, I'm the king of distancing. It is my biggest boast. I have been known to tell myself to sort off if I get too close. And when all this is over and we're back to normality, and we'll all be shaking hands again like the way it used to be, just be sure that you still keep 2 meters away from me. This self-isolation will be a breeze. This self-isolation will be a breeze.
Alright, thanks for listening everybody. Peace and love. Take care.
That was Jack Blackman. Are we back on? Yes, that was Jack Blackman. And thank you very much, Eli, for doing the comparing for the last hour or so. Gave me a chance to go and have a cuppa, but I was still watching, and it was all lovely stuff. That was really nice to see everything there. Right, so we're moving on now to a performer that I've known for a very long time, Hazel Askew. First came to New Roots in 2003, and with her sister, Emily, and they performed as a duo, and then completely changed instruments for the next time I saw them playing. So Hazel has now become the most wonderful button accordion player, diatonic accordion player, and singer. Still performs with her sister, with Emily, but is also part of the wonderful Lady Masery She's been involved in all sorts of projects and songwriting projects, and she's played at Buckingham Palace, at Shakespeare's Globe Theatre, and on Radio 3's early music show, An Essential Classics. She's an amazing person. She's absolutely lovely, and you're going to really enjoy her singing. This is Hazel Askew.
Hiya. One morning May, when fields were gay, serene and pleasant was the weather. Oh, I spied a lass, and a very bonny lass. She was swooping the dew from among the heather down the moor. In among the heather, o'er the moor, through the heather. Oh, I spied a lass, and a very bonny lass. She was swooping the dew from among the heather down the moor. Barefoot was she, and comely dressed, and on her head neither hat nor feather, with her skirt tops neatly around her waist, as she tripped through the blooming heather down the moor. In among the heather, o'er the moor, through the heather, with her skirt tops neatly around her waist, as she tripped through the blooming heather down the moor. So I stepped up to this fair young maid. Come tell me, love, what brings you hither? Oh, she answered me, down by the bonny burn side, I am holding all my years together down the moor. In among the heather, o'er the moor, through the heather. Oh, she answered me, down by the bonny burn side, I am holding all my years together down the moor. So I courted her that livelong day. My heart is light as any feather. Oh, until the beams of the red setting sun came slanting down in among the heather down the moor. In among the heather, o'er the moor, through the heather. Oh, until the beams of the red setting sun came slanting down in among the heather down the moor. Oh, she says, kind sir, I must away, for my ewes are straying from each other. But I'm as loath for to part from you as the bonny wee lambs are to part their mothers down a name or place I did not gather, but if I was king, I would make her my queen. That bonny wee lass I met among the heather down the moor, in among the heather o'er the moor, through the heather. Oh, if I were king, I'd make her my queen. That bonny wee lass I met among the heather down the moor.
Thanks. Oh, well, that was a song called Heather Down the Moor. It's a song I've known for a long time. I don't sing it very often. It's originally an altar song. I think I learnt it from a recording of Peter Bellamy. But I just love how it's just this kind of fleeting memory of one day, and it's got some lines I just think are really beautiful. And yeah, I sung it for a friend's wedding a couple of years ago, so it also reminds me a lot of that day. A nice summery song to sing. It's lovely to be here celebrating New Roots. I've been involved in New Roots in different ways over the years. I was a participant twice with my sister, and I also came back to judge it as well, and I think every time it's just been an overwhelmingly positive experience. I found it very inspiring to be part of it and very encouraging as a young musician, and it kind of pushed me forward and encouraged me to go on. So I think it's a very good thing to celebrate, and I'm very happy to be part of this. I'll sing you a couple more songs. I'll continue with one that I wrote earlier this year, and it's a song that was inspired by the lost London rivers, or the kind of hidden underground rivers that were once up in the surface for people to see, but most of them were incorporated into Bazalgette's kind of water system, and I find it quite fascinating that they're there under our feet. And one of them even runs in a pipe above Sloane Square tube station, which I find quite ridiculous. And I grew up in London, and I've always been quite interested in the history of it, mostly because I think it used to be a much greener place, and a place that was probably more in touch with nature and wildlife, even though that might be slightly romanticised, but it definitely was a bit wilder in the past. And I like how there are hints at this kind of under the surface, usually in place names. There used to be quite a big forest in the south of London, and that survives just in the names of kind of Forest Hill and Norwood and things like that. And I grew up in kind of Waterloo area, and there's a couple of streets, Lower Marsh and Upper Marsh, and in fact that whole area would have been marshland for a very long time, till about a couple of 100 years ago, I think. So I love thinking about this history just under the surface, and maybe it can inspire us to kind of go forth and make our cities a bit greener, really. So I was thinking about changing landscapes and how things change in lots of different ways when this song came about a bit earlier in the year. And it was actually before coronavirus and before the pandemic. It feels quite different singing it now. I've been in London this whole time, and I've watched how it suddenly seemed to get much wilder. Everything was quieter, everything was overgrown. It seemed that there were birds singing all the time, and that's kind of gradually changing now. The airplanes are back, the traffic is back, which I'm not so happy about, but it maybe gave us just a little hint of what maybe our cities could be like. So this song came about earlier in the year, and it's called River Came Back.
One day the river came back, the tide From dark bricked tunnels funneled under our feet, the waters rose up and blinked in the bright of the day. And all the engines stopped and we got off the bus. The city stood untethered and stared as a carnival of trees led the river through the streets to greet our dull morning faces that fine summer's day. The willow ran her fingers through the water, children cascaded down the banks, grass kissed we laughed, forgot ourselves, rolled our jeans ankle deep. And it was all we could imagine, no mudded rememberings. The heron looked down from the branches above and watched how the eels made curves of the water, and you and I sat down on the edge, and we were all that we could be. Till time grew heavy of our joyful aching. The fish they flew, the river flowed upstream, and the sky grew ochre, terracotta and brown, and the sun and moon danced, and we could not stay. I could not stay. And the river went back, the banks rolled in, the heron left dethroned, all in as much time as it takes to make the short walk home.
So I probably would have done this set with my sister, but she lives quite far away from me, so unfortunately we weren't able to do this together, and it's a bit tricky trying to make music together through the internet. But I'll sing a song that we often sing together to finish. It's a favourite one of mine called I Wish the Wars Were All Over, and I first learnt this probably over 10 years ago, and I think I always knew that I wanted to sing it with a concertina, which was a bit of a problem because I didn't play the concertina at that point, but it was probably one of the first things I did on concertina, actually. It was one of the reasons I started to learn it. And yeah, it's basically an anti-war song, the story of a woman who's left behind when her lover's gone off to war. And it's got a chorus. Often when we sing this live, when we used to do that in those days, people would join in and sing along. And it's full of a lot of very kind of beautiful floral imagery, but actually it's talking about much darker things, like a lot of these folk songs, talking about war and other things too. So yeah, I'll leave you with this one. This is I Wish the Wars Were All Over, and I hope my concertina isn't going to be too loud for my singing. We'll see how it goes. Early one morning
I stepped up to her and made this reply. I said, my fair maiden, what makes you to cry? Well, my Billy's gone from me, I love him so dear, but the French, they will kill him, so great is my fear. And I wish that the wars were all over, and I wish that the wars were all done. I'll pluck these red roses so fine and so gay, yet I have my own flower, but he's far away, and his jacket is red, like the robin's redbreast, but I fear that those bullets paint roses on his chest. And I wish that the wars were all over, and I wish that the wars were all done. 10,000s of bluebells will welcome the spring, but when will those church bells for victory ring? And the soldiers come home, and the people rejoice, and then I'll be wed to the lad of my choice. And I wish that the wars were all over, and I wish that the wars were all done. Oh, I wish that the wars were all over, and I wish that the wars were all done. Thanks. And enjoy the rest of the day celebrating New Roots.
Thank you very much, Hazel. Lovely to hear you again singing. I think we're going to have a chance to have a chat with you shortly. You'll be absolutely. Ah, there you are.
Hi.
Splendid. Hi, how's it doing? How you going?
How are you?
How's lockdown with you?
It's all right. Strange. But,
Very, very strange for all of us.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, indeed. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Still, lovely to hear you singing again. That's nice. And not a diatonic accordion in sight,
I know. I just realised that actually.
much to my
Yeah.
chagrin.
Yeah. I forgot.
But the concertina were grand. They were
Oh,
lovely.
thanks.
Well done. Anyway, here we are, New Roots, 21 years of New Roots.
Yeah.
And you were with us in 20, when was it you came first? Got it here, 2003.
What was it? Gosh.
Gosh, doesn't seem possible, does it?
17 years.
Yeah. So, you know, what effect do you think it had on what you and Emily were doing?
It was such a positive experience. It was great to meet those of other young musicians, and the fact that we kind of got like constructive feedback, but also like encouraged to go out and do gigs was so nice. It just felt, yeah, it just felt really inspiring and encouraging, I think, and it gave you a bit of, you know, confidence to keep growing and keep learning. And
Because those were really the early days of New Roots. We'd only been going, what, 3-4 years then. So so we're kind of still getting into it. I can't remember who the judges were for you. Can you remember?
I think it was John Spies and John Bowden, and then we did it again a few years later, and it was Sarah Allen and Brian Finnegan.
Yes. Wow. Yes, we did get some luminaries, didn't we?
Yeah, yeah.
to judge this thing. Not that gave anybody a fright, I shouldn't think, that was performing. Yeah, cool. We had Martin Carthy, we had Liza Carthy, we had all sorts of people doing things.
Yeah.
We've had you.
Yeah.
You judged, didn't you? How did you find the judging? How was that?
I really enjoyed doing that. It was nice to kind of, there's just kind of this friendly, supportive family, and it's nice to just be part of that and just listen to new musicians, and yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Good, because you're quite good at sort of giving feedback. I seem to recall you gave me some feedback a year or so ago at in Hitchin.
Oh, that thing.
There was an open mic, was it not?
Yeah, and it was with Bensley Music, wasn't it? And
That's right. Yeah.
to give them feedback, but I didn't have any. You know, you're great. I didn't have.
I'm
much
not.
to say.
I'm not. Nice for you to say so, Hazel. But yes, I've never done an open mic ever in my life. This was at Starbucks in Hitchin, was it not?
Very dark January.
That's right. And the hook was that every performer got some feedback from Hazel, who was the star. It was lovely. It was great fun. Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah, definitely. So how about things now? I mean, you've got so much going on. You've got Lady Maisry, and you've got your various sort of early music stuff as well that you do with the harp.
Yeah. Well, it's strange now because everything's just on pause a bit. But in theory, yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll do some gigs in the autumn.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
we won't. We don't know. But it's all still kind of ticking away and trying to keep playing. And I'm doing quite a lot of teaching at the moment, which is enjoying.
Good. So you're employed then.
Yeah.
To some extent. Are you doing any planning, any writing, any arrangements or stuff like that for the?
A little bit, yeah. I've been doing a lot of writing, but just kind of general, trying to keep writing, doing creative writing and stuff. And but it's such a strange time to kind of get inspired, really, because it's just such a different world right now.
Mm.
And it's strange.
Yeah. You did quite a lot of radio, didn't you? At once, didn't you? But at some time, you done Woman's Hour, I think,
Yeah.
and Late Junction and In Tune,
Yeah.
as well as the Radio 2 Folk Show,
Yeah.
the Radcliffe.
We did that with Lady Maisry, and we took our Christmas show there in December, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been hearing that there's a lot of BBC radio folk programs are being axed.
Right, are they? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Local
what the
ones.
latest ones are, but yeah, that's really sad. Yeah.
It is really, isn't it? Because for people like yourself, and also for for the younger musicians who are coming up, it's often a good jumping off point to have radio play, isn't it?
It's so helpful, I think, and it gives us a little gateway to like a broader audience. So it's good to do it. But the folk scene is strong on its own as well. It's nice to know, we won't feel
Sure.
like.
Yeah. The trouble is, it starts to feel a bit like it feels a little bit like a sort of an underground movement if you don't get any
Yeah.
sort of commercial
Yeah.
plays.
Yeah. It seems to change over the years a bit, doesn't it? Like folk gets a bit more fashionable and then less fashionable.
Yeah. But other musics don't. Other musics like jazz, for example, which it's a bit of a niche really for lots of people, but it's never gone away, has it, commercially?
No,
Whereas
exactly.
folk, as you say, comes and goes, up and down.
Yeah.
Never quite sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still. So if you were giving advice to a young folk musician who was just starting on their career, apart from saying make sure you enter New Roots, obviously, what else would you be telling somebody who's new to the business?
No, I think just try and play with as many people as you can. Try and go to workshops, try and meet other young musicians if you can, and just try and kind of broaden your mind and try and I think of like growing up playing folk is like learning lots of different things and different people, and then just assembling it. You assemble it with yourself and your own kind of creativity, and I think it's something that you can just kind of build on and I don't know, just try and do as many things as you can, really.
Yeah. That seems to be the message that we're getting from most people today, actually.
Good, yeah.
Earlier on, and other people mentioned it in the last panel, that it's largely about doing as much as you can, listening to other people, getting out there and doing it, and enjoying it.
Yeah.
And I suppose,
journey, really. Yeah.
and I suppose the opportunity you get from a competition like New Roots to actually start off by doing some paid gigs is it's a good start there, isn't it? It's
so valuable, yeah. And just when you start doing gigs, just that's a whole new thing to learn, and what it's like to be in front of people, and doing your first step through that is important.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course it spins to other things, isn't it? Because I remember at Towersey, there used to be a thing at Towersey. Was it the open mic, or was it something else was it a young musicians concert? I can remember emceeing a young musicians concert, or a concert in the church there.
Yes, I
And I'm
just
sure
saw
you
it.
were involved in
That
that.
up in the back of my mind. I think yeah, that was something.
Yeah, yeah. So these things, but they do spin off, don't they? That's the thing. You get known for one thing. Somebody was saying earlier on, having New Roots on your CV or something like it, it's very good for you because it spins
Yeah,
off into other people know that you've done a bit of the biz,
yeah,
which
definitely.
is great. They used to say that the young musicians, they haven't done that, they haven't done the graft, they haven't been through the folk clubs and had bottles thrown at them and stuff like that. But
Mm.
actually, it's a different world now, and things like the competitions and the opportunities you get from them, I think possibly equate to those sorts of experiences in some ways.
Yeah,
Certainly learn a lot, don't you?
yeah, definitely. Yeah, it all evolves, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's lovely to talk to you, Hazel,
Yeah, you too. Yeah,
and give our regards to Emily, won't you?
I will do.
And
Yeah,
we remember your performances so well from New Roots
you
and,
do.
and way back then when you were playing. Even when you first started, was it one of you was playing cello, the other was playing
I was
something else?
I was probably playing the flute and I
Recorder?
was playing cello.
Flute?
But I played a baran. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. And then suddenly you turned up with a melodeon.
Yeah,
We went, what?
play something louder. They get
What's what it's about? Yeah, cool.
yeah.
Anyway, as I say, lovely to talk to you again,
Lovely to see you. And
Hazel, and best wishes to everybody, your family as well.
thank
And we'll hope to see you again in the flesh before too
yeah,
long.
hopefully.
Yeah,
Fingers crossed.
lovely.
All
Bye
right.
bye, Hazel.
Yeah.
Bye bye. Bye. Right, we are a little bit early in time now, so I'm just going to check with technical peeps and see whether we are going to have a little break for 5 minutes or so and put up a screen. I'm just looking at my phone to see whether anyone is telling me. Nothing there at the moment, so I'm just waiting to see if anybody gets back to me to say, are we going to or not? 6 o'clock. Okay, so we're going to take a 5 minute, just a little 5 minute break now. So if you're watching this and you want to go and do something for 5 minutes, then by all means do. But do come back to us, and don't forget you can donate through GoFundMe. You know all about it by now, I'm quite sure. But if you don't, you can go to our Facebook page, the New Roots Facebook page, and follow the link from there, or go to GoFundMe and type in New Roots 21st anniversary, and you'll be able to donate from there. We'll see you back in about 5 minutes' time. Cheers. Welcome back to this celebration of 21 years at New Roots, the New Roots competition, held in St Albans every year for the last 21 years at the Trestle Theatre at most times, although it started at the Abbey Theatre in St Albans many years ago now when we first got going. Unfortunately, of course, this year there hasn't been one because of the current coronavirus epidemic. Hopefully it's been postponed for the moment. Hopefully there'll be another one happening in November. And we've been listening to and watching many of the performers that have been part of this competition over the years. And our next performer is probably the one that goes back the furthest, I think. 2002, James Delar performed at New Roots with a band that was then called Crunchy Pig, but later became Morkin, and they became a very, very big band on the folk scene. Apart from working with Morkin, James has been works with Topette, with Andy Cutting and co, the Anglo-French band, in a duo with Saul Rose. Works with Eliza Carthy and her band, the Wayward Band. Jim Moray, Jim Causley, Lauren McCormick. He's worked as a session musician for various studios and has appeared on over 50 albums, films and television, most recently working with the Bombay Bicycle Club in Studio 2, which is the Beatles studio, of course, at Abbey Road for a Spotify feature. He gives online tuition as well. He's going to be performing for you right now, so enjoy the music of James Delar.
So hello, I can still remember doing the New Roots competition all those years ago, and it was just a great experience, really, and it taught me and my brother David, and I think Danny Crump was with us at the time on bass, a lot of things, and it's a great way of just promoting folk music, really, especially for the younger generation. So I'm going to play a tune which I think we played on the day. Slightly hard for me to remember, but I'm pretty sure we played this. It's a tune that I came up with, and it's called Something About Tents. Thank you very much.
That's James Delar, and happy to see James playing again. Morkin, unfortunately, are no longer, but I know James has got lots of different projects that he's working on now. So do try to get to see him in one of the bands that he's playing with at the moment. If you want to find out more about him, his website is James Delar, DELARRE, jamesdelar.bandcamp.com/releases. You can find out lots about him from there. Our next performer, another James. This is James Findlay. James Findlay came to New Roots in 2008. He first came into the public eye after winning the 2010 BBC Young Folk Award. So 2 years after New Roots, that was what happened to him. He was a Young Folk Award winner. James comes from a family of folk singers, and his enthusiasm lies firmly within the English tradition. He's particularly passionate about songs from his home counties of Dorset and Somerset, and he has an extensive repertoire and love for song that really shows in his knowledge and understanding of the material. He's currently involved in a massive and pioneering online theatre project, producing an online version of Sebastian Falk's masterpiece, Birdsong, which is going to be released online on the 1st of July 2020. We might find out more about that later because James is going to be on our next panel. He recorded and toured an album of the new Penguin Book of English Folk Songs with Lucy Ward, Bella Hardy, Brian Peters and Jackie Oates. I remember watching a performance of that at Cheltenham Folk Festival some years ago. He's worked with the British Council's Folk Nations project in India. He's played Little Musgrave in John Bowden's folk opera, Little Musgrave and Lady Barnard, and his Fellside albums, 3 of them, Another Day, Another Story, was nominated for Best Folk Album 2013 in the Spiral Earth Awards. This is going to be something to listen to. We're going to enjoy James Findlay.
So hello. I can still remember.
Have we still got a tech? We've got a tech issue apparently. Apparently there's a glitch somewhere that's happening. So we can go on a little bit more about James's project, which is this version of Sebastian Falk's wonderful story Birdsong, freshly adapted by Rachel Wagstaff. It's an epic story of war and romance, spanning 9 tumultuous years from 1910 to 1918. Story takes you into the heart of the Western Front and 60 feet below no man's land, into the tunnels where some of the fiercest combat took place, out of sight but rarely out of mind. Okay, I think we're good now, so we're going back to listen to James Findlay. Okay, so James still isn't playing. That's a shame. Right. So we'll be having a panel a bit later on in this session, and James, as I said, is going to be a part of that. And in addition to James, there will be other people on that panel, which I'm just going to find for you. Ah, yes, we're going to have Maddie Morris and Ellie McCann and Megan Wisdom are going to be part of that panel. We're going to be talking about their experience with New Roots and how they see it and how they see their careers developing from the time when they first started in New Roots. Some of them a little longer ago than others, but I think all will have something interesting to say about the New Roots competition. Don't forget that if you want to donate, you can donate at the GoFundMe website, www.gofundme.com and if you put in New Roots 21st anniversary into the box there, you will find yourself on the correct page, or you can follow the links from the Facebook page. That's the New Roots Facebook page. It looks as if we're a bit stuck with the James Findlay video at the moment, so we'll try and come back to that one a little later on. And in the meantime, we're going to move on to some music from Jem Basata. Now, Jem was with us in 2018. Remember, Alison reminded me that he came over from Paris and had to borrow a guitar to perform. He formed a folk trio called Jem Kid and Company back in October 2017 to bring life to the compositions of him as a solo songwriter. The music has a flavour of folk clubs, it says, and old music halls and distinctive poetic lyrics. He started performing his own songs in 2016 with his band Ramsey Licorice, which played all over Oxford. And then in 2017, he moved to Berlin for 5 months, and there he played nearly 24 solo gigs alongside professional songwriters, for whom he also co-founded the 20-strong Troubadour Collective with James Michael Rogers. We're going to see some music from Jem Basata.
I'm a traveller with one too many cases, left a little piece of me in one too many places, known the naked bodies of one too many faces. Oh, carry on. I have known too many faces. Carry on. Me and all my cases, me and all my songs, me and all my picture postcards. Oh, carry on. Me and all my pictures. Carry on. I'm a fighter with one too many a bruise, and the battles that I lose have taught me one too many truths, and the ones I ran away from have worn away my shoes. Oh, carry on. I've been running far too long. Carry on. Me and all my cases, me and all my songs, me and all my broken bridges. Oh, carry on. Me and all I've broken. Me and all my cases, me and all my songs, me and all my curses, me and all my wrongs, me and all my curses. Carry on. Now I'm always welcome, then I'm always leaving. Never found a town that gave me ground to plant a seed in. Never found a sky that held the cloud that I believe in. Oh, carry on. I have nothing to believe in. Carry on. Me and all my cases, Me and all my songs, me and all my holy scriptures, oh, carry on. Me and all that's holy. Me and all my cases, me and all my songs, me and all my curses, me and all my wrongs, me and all my curses. Carry on, carry on, carry on. At the side of the road, weeds are growing. Right beside, by the spot she lay, growing red from the blood still flowing. Long after they took her away, right beside where she died, weeds are growing. Like the flowers on a pop star's grave. And the people walk by, turned a blind fucking eye. Well, I'm sure they had another soul to save. Well, her death, like her life, it was needless. And her mark on this world soon to fade. And the world goes on turning regardless. And the weeds will wither away. But I won't forget how she ended. Empty eyes and the August rain. And the rain mixed with blood. And the weeds and the mud. All the colors all born in pain. So I'll share with you now, while I'm singing, what we lost when she passed away. One less leaf on the tree, one less droplet in the sea, one less color in a town so grey, so grey.
Hello, I'm James Finlay. I was in the 2008 New Roots, I think, but basically alongside some brilliant musicians, many of whom made careers out of their music, many of whom are still dear friends of mine today. I think one of the things really took away from it was that the opportunities were given were real opportunities. It was real work and real support, and brilliant places like the Lewis Saturday Folk Club in Norwich, and Jerry and Hilary Bix down in Bideford gave some fantastic opportunities to young musicians. I think so often young musicians are really exploited by big festivals saying, yeah, come along, we'll give you an opportunity to be here, but we're not going to pay you because we've got 20 TV screens on the side of the main stage, so we haven't got the budget. Maybe it's time we lose a couple of those and support young musicians and young artists so that there is a future. About 4 years ago I also judged the New Roots, and there I saw the incredible young musicians playing and just amazing me. It is those musicians who really make this what it is. That said, there is also one other person, there's many people, but Alison McFarlane really puts this together and gives young musicians such wonderful opportunities, and obviously all the people who work with her to make New Roots happen. It's probably about time that we stop awarding folk awards to gigantic festivals and dead folk song collectors and pop stars, and maybe start recognising these people who actually make waves in the music scene and give young musicians opportunities to perform. Basically, I just wanted to say happy birthday, and long may it continue. So this is a fairly widely collected folk song. Interesting about this one is that there aren't that many variations of it. I probably first heard it from the singing of Tony Rose, and then actually I think I got these lyrics from the New Penguin Book of English Folk Songs. Oh, it's of Carly maiden fair, how she went out for to take the air. Oh, she met a sailor all on her way, and so I paid attention, and so I paid attention to hear they did say. Says William, why do you roam? For the day has gone and the night comes on. Says she as tears from her eyes did fall was a dark-eyed sailor. It was a dark-eyed sailor that's proving my downfall. For 7 long years since he left the land, and he took this ring off from off my hand, and he broke the token one heart's with me, but the others rolled in, but the others rolling at the bottom of the sea. Said William, to strive him from your mind, far better sailors than him you'll find. For love does turn, and it soon doth grow, just like a winter's morning, just like a winter's morning when the land is thick with snow. Said starry sailor I treat the same. So we drink his health, here's a piece of coin. But the dark-eyed sailor still holds the heart of mine. For his coal black eyes and his curling hair, his pleasing tongue doth me ensnare. Upright he was, not a rogue like you, to entice a maiden, or to entice a maiden, 'tis slight the jacket says, Ada dear, my heart's aflame. And she said on me, God play no game. And she drew a dagger and is to cry. It's for my dark-eyed sailor, for my dark-eyed sailor, a maid I'd live or die. Then half the ring, oh Willie did show, and she seemed distracted, mixed joy and woe. Says you're welcome home, for I've land and gold, for my dark-eyed sailor, for my dark-eyed sailor, so manly and so bold. So in a cottage down by the sea, how they joined in wedlock and well agreed. Oh, ye maidens, oh, whilst your love's away, as many's the cloudy morning, oh, many's the cloudy morning, brings forth a bright new day. I'll finish you off with this short song. I tend to finish with this song, probably because it is short. I learnt it from the singing of Bert Lloyd, and when I first heard him sing it, I just thought, wow, that's magic. I have to sing it, and I have done ever since. Short jacket and white trousers this young girl put on, and like some jolly sailor bold went a-walking about the town. She signed up with our Captain Blair, oh, a sailor for to be, all to seek her absent lover all on the raging sea. Well, she'd not long been on board the deck, and she's lying upon her bed, when the captain came unto her, says, I wish you was a maid. It's your cherry cheek and your ruby lips, how they have beguiled me. Oh, and oft times that I have wished, my sweetheart, you could be. Hold your tongue, dear captain, such things could never be. Well, if the crew, well, they found out, oh, how they sport and game, and soon we'll be on London shore, when them pretty girls you'll find, all to walk along with you, kind sir, as you're that way inclined. It was about 2 days after they arrived on London shore, when the girl put on her petticoat, which made the captain roar. She says, a sailor I was on board deck, but a maid I am ashore, and you've lost your chance to see the old fool. Farewell forevermore. Thank you.
And that was James Finley. So we managed to get James in the end. That was jolly. And before him, Jem Basata. So thanks to Jem as well. So thanks to both Jem and James. We'll be seeing James shortly when we get to our panel session. So moving on to our next performer now. Our next performer is very, very important to this particular afternoon and evening because it's John Sandell who is our technical expert. It's all down to John that all this stuff is working. Every video that comes on, every link that happens, every transition, it's all down to that man. No pressure whatsoever, and he's doing a brilliant job, one has to say. So, John is part of a band called Understory, and that's what we're going to be seeing now in the next video. Understory is a folk trio with roots in England and Scotland, whose members grew up absorbing tunes through their feet and fingers, bringing an array of classical upbringings and jazz forays into a mutual love of traditional music. Tom Evans, accordion and feet. John Sandell, the aforementioned, on Little Fiddle and Big Fiddles, it says here. First met as fellow Shooting Roots tutors, running traditional youth music workshops at festivals around England. The third member of the trio is Brighton-based Heather McAslan, who is a Glaswegian who plays mandolin, piano, and I believe sings. And they are together Understory. So we're going to have a little listen to this wonderful stuff that's been crafted in Sussex, and we're going to be hearing it now from John Sandell and his band Understory.
Hello. We are Understory. My name is John Sandell.
I'm Tom Evans.
And I'm Heather McAslan.
I was a New Roots finalist in, I think, 2006. Tom?
Oh, you sprung that on me. I think I was there. I was definitely there twice. It might have been 2012 and 2014, but it might have been slightly later than that.
And then we've picked up Heather along the way, and thus in the last year or so formed the trio Understory. So we're going to start off with a trio of tunes. The first two I've learnt from Katrina MacDonald. I am a huge fan of Blazing Fiddles and everything that they have done. I went to the Blazing and Beauty Fiddle Camp many years in a row as a teenager. And so we're going to kick off with two Shetland tunes by Stephen Spence. First Pig's Reel, followed by Gibby Gray, and followed by a tune that Heather wrote.
Yeah, there's a tune that I wrote called After the Rain. I was kept up all night by storms a few years ago. I didn't get any sleep, and then in the morning, this is kind of what came out.
We video a lot of what we do, just so we know what we did, and as a result, I have assembled this piece from, I think, 4 of our back catalogue videos, in the chronological order of how the sets progressed as we played them differently over time. So
we hope you enjoy.
Thank you. Now we're gonna go to a tune that John brought us. Over to you, John.
So this tune composed by Bruce McGregor, and it's a beautiful tune. It's one of those sort of lockdown tunes that when you're really feeling the weight and the pressure of just everything that's going on in the world, it's a really cathartic tune to play. So I hope you enjoy hearing this as much as we enjoyed recording it. It's the Lament for Captain Simon Fraser by Bruce McGregor.
Thank you very much. We have been Understory. You can find us at www.understory.band. We're Understory Music on most socials. Thank you to everyone else who's performed. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
That was Understories featuring John Sandel, who is our technical wizard, who is making sure all this stuff happens. Understory from Sussex. Fantastic stuff. Moving on now to another performer who came to New Roots in 2018. It's Kirsty McLachlan. Now, Kirsty currently plays in 2 youth folk ensembles. Cream Teas, spelt T-E-E-S, of course, from Barnard Castle, that famous place, and Folkestra at the Sage Gateshead. So 2 pretty impressive folk ensembles up there in the northeast. Since New Roots, she has performed as a soloist in the Watford and Stockton folk clubs, the TCR Hub at the Sidmouth, and at Sidmouth, Whitby, Upton-on-Severn and Beverley folk festivals. She says that her most recent performance was opening for Katie Doherty and the Navigators at just before the lockdown. She's got a Facebook page called Kirsty McLachlan Music, and here she is, Kirsty McLachlan. Problem here with the Zoom. It's been working pretty well today, considering how many videos we've been having to transition to all through the afternoon and this early part of the evening. But I'm sure we're going to get it right, because John is an absolute genius at this, and there's nothing he can't do, apparently. So we're hoping that very shortly now we're going to get this video from Kirsty McLachlan, currently performing in wonderful folk ensembles up in the northeast. Cream Teas and Folkestra, and don't forget that she has a Facebook page if you enjoy her music. When we get to it, she has a Facebook page called Kirsty McLachlan Music, which I'm sure she'd love you to look at. And don't forget that if you want to donate to New Roots and to the artists who've been performing, the GoFundMe page is up. Many people have been donating today. Thank you very much to all those people who have been, but we can always have a little bit more. So if you haven't popped any money into the fund yet, then go to the GoFundMe page, in the search put New Roots 21st anniversary, or follow the link from the New Roots Facebook page.
Hello everyone, my name's Kirsty McLachlan, and today I'm going to be playing some songs for you. The first of which is Sally Free and Easy by Cyril Tawney. That should be when my body's landed. Oh, she dies of shame. Thank you. So for the next song, I'm going to be playing one that I've written myself, and this song is called Happy, which is essentially a song which looks at what the world is like from a bird's perspective and what it would be like to be a bird. Ancient trees and flowers of gold, sights that never grow old, dry stone walls and slanting roofs, a world of 1,000 trees. If I could see it all from up above, if I could see the world and all its love, and I want to fly like bird in the sky and be happy, and I want to sing like bird on the wing and be happy. Like ribbons round hills and little blooming daffodils, overgrown hedges and little nests inside remind us the world is alive. If I could see it all from up above, if I could see the world and all its love, and I want to fly like a bird in the sky and be happy, and I want to sing like a bird on the wing and be happy. Everything is growing, everything is growing, everything is blooming, everything is here, and I want to fly like a bird in the sky and be happy. And I want to sing like a bird on the wing and be happy. And I want to fly like a bird in the sky and be happy. And I want to sing like a bird on the wing and happy, happy, happy. Thank you. So the next song is a song that's called Stargazer, which is kind of up to you guys to decide whether the main character dies at the end or not. This is a song I wrote, so I hope you enjoy it. There is an old man watching the stars. top of the highest hill. He comes every day to see her and say, God, I love you still. It's been 7 years since his wife passed away, and he can't wait to see her again. He sits there and gazes until something changes. It's only a matter of when. So he dreams his love is there in the stars and kisses her on the brow. He forgets the years he spent on his own because he's with her now. Galaxies curl and dance in her hair, and Polaris shines in her eyes. Oh, how he's missed her, and God, he could kiss her, his lady of the northern skies. So he dreams his love is there in the stars and kisses her on the brow. He forgets the years he spent on his own because he's with her now. The sun rises in the eastern sky, and he's a fisherman clutching cut rope. She's faded away as the dawn turns to day. He'll see her tomorrow, he hopes. He'll see her tomorrow, he hopes. He'll see her tomorrow. So he dreams his love is there in the stars and kisses her on the brow. He forgets the years he spent on his own because he's with her now. He forgets the years he spent on his own because he's with her now. Thank you. I hope you're all having a safe quarantine. Thank you for having me.
And that was Kirsty McLachlan. Thank you very much, Kirsty, for a lovely set there. So we're now moving on to our next panel, and hopefully assembled for me. If I click the right button, I should see the lovely faces of Maddie Morris, James Findlay, Megan Wisdom, and Ellie McCann. Do I see all four of those people? Yes, I do. How wonderful. How nice to see you again. I'm very sorry, James, that we had so much of a glitch with your videos, but hopefully we managed to see them all in the end, and it was grand. So, how are we all doing? All good? All enjoying lockdown immensely? Of course you are. I suppose the first question is the usual question. I know one or two of you answered it already, but it's really about, what did New Roots do for you? So maybe Maddie, would you like to kick us off and say, how the New Roots experience was for you?
Yeah, so I took part in New Roots last year, and it was really awesome for me, not only to meet so many lovely young musicians, but it was really affirming to me just to get into it and to be able to perform alongside such incredible musicians, because to be considered among them was just a really awesome thing for me. And I took part in Leigh-on-Sea Folk Festival as a result, which was really awesome, another really, really cool folk festival. So I had a really good time.
Smashing. That's lovely, Maddie. Nice to hear it was so positive. And Megan, nice to see you again.
Hello.
How are things going at uni for you?
Oh, very well. It's I'm all finished now for my first year, which is a bit of a relief, but it's been going really good, really
Good,
good,
good. Even with lockdown.
even with lockdown.
That's cool, yeah. And how about New Roots for you? How did that make a difference?
Oh, absolutely. It really opened up a whole new world of folk clubs and things for me with the opportunities that I've had to perform at since going. I was a finalist in 2017 and 2019, and before I'd sort of hidden out in deepest darkest Suffolk, and been part of the folk scene there, but it made me feel like I was part of a wider folk scene with some really fantastic musicians in it.
Oh, that's lovely to hear too. And Ellie, rather, we've already heard you today. Thank you for a lovely set earlier on in the afternoon. New Roots for you? It was fairly recent as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I took part in New Roots in 2018
Hmm.
solo, and last year I took part in New Roots with my band Burdock.
Mm.
So yeah, no, it was really good. It was such a nice experience for me when I took part in 2018 to meet lots of like-minded musicians, people around my age that love folk music, because there's not a lot of people in Luton that play folk music, so that was nice. And then to be able to collaborate with people afterwards, and I'm still friends with people from New Roots. And it was nice actually from 2018 and 2019, there were quite different experiences, because 2018 was just me, and then with my trio it was completely different. So yeah, no, it was a really good experience.
That's lovely. And although there may not be many people who play folk music in Luton, you might not, or you won't know this, but I used to run the Luton Folk Club.
I didn't even know
Yes,
that there was a
there used
Luton
to be a
folk
Luton
club.
Folk Club. Mind you, this is going back from 1974 to 1981, which is like prehistoric, to be honest. But there used to be a folk club in Park Street, a pub called the Cock, which is no longer there. And I used to run that with my wife all those years ago. Yeah,
That's my fact of the day then.
not that important. James, you were very eloquent about New Roots with the beginning of your video. But I'd be interested actually to hear about this new project of yours, the Birdsong project. I think you're muted.
I'm muted. Yeah.
Okay, now you're on.
You got me now.
Yeah, we
Okay.
got you.
Yeah. Well, the idea of it came about of Zoom. Basically, it was like a couple of theatre companies that started doing some work on Zoom. So we thought, oh, we could do something along those lines. I'd been involved in Birdsong, the play, before, and Alistair, who I live with, runs the original theatre company and is also the director in that show, and decided, why don't we try that? What with it approaching the 1st of July, which was the anniversary of the first day of the Somme. And so it sort of started as, yeah, we could do it on Zoom, and then suddenly we realized that Zoom just wasn't capable of handling it, and it's become a green screen film. It must be about 3 hours worth of theatre filmed. You can imagine all the cast filming it on iPhones with lighting and setup. I've been doing the music as well as acting in it, which is exactly what I'm working on right now, because we've just looked at the final cut of Act 2 and decided we didn't like a piece of music, so back onto there. All over before Christmas, and on we go. Yeah.
Wow. Well, we look forward to seeing it. So how's it going to be shown? How can we access it?
It's so Birdsong Online is the website. So if you type in Birdsong Online, it will be there. It's by the original theatre company.
Right.
But yeah, it's a fantastic cast. I mean, there's a lot of people I've worked with before. I guess our superstar at the moment is Max Bowden, who is he? He's Ben Mitchell in EastEnders currently. But yeah, lots of brilliant people. Tim Trelaw, Liam McCormick, brilliant actors. Yeah, it's going to be
brilliant.
up and doing it.
Well, I look forward to seeing it. We'll try and catch up with that. Yeah, Maddie, you got any projects coming up at the moment? Anything that you're expecting to do, or hoping to do, or planning?
So I just finished my degree, and so that's been fun. I also just in my first week was just actually the week before lockdown, I went into self-isolation because my partner was unwell with the virus. And I basically for a week wrote a song a day and recorded and produced it as a little EP, which I've released. It came out on the 9th, I believe. So that was what I've been doing recently. So that's been fun.
Great, and we can catch up with that through your website, presumably, if you want to.
Yes, yeah, it's on all the socials.
Great stuff, great stuff. Maddie, Megan, any plans for you at the moment?
Well, I'm hoping to continue with a project which I started before lockdown, which I'm working on with the East Anglian Traditional Music Trust. And I'm going out and recording members of the East Anglian folk scene currently to try and build up a picture of what the scene is like now. And there's been lots of recording done in the past, so I wanted to provide a more current view of it.
Okay, so that's music and song?
It's mostly song.
Mostly song. Is that anywhere in particular, in pubs or clubs or?
I'm doing it in people's, well, hopefully I will be doing it in people's houses. And yeah, just recording and interviewing.
That's lovely. And EATMT are dealing with that, are they? So we can.
Yeah, that'll be on the East Anglian.
Via their website and all their publications as well. That's fantastic. Oh, great. That sounds like a really good project. And Ellie, what have you got in the pipeline?
So I'm recording EP at the moment. That's sort of been put on hold because of lockdown, but that will be hopefully coming out at the end of the year.
Good.
Also, my band Burdock, we were just about to go into the studio to record our first EP, literally a week before lockdown, basically, and then this happened. Right. So, but hopefully that will be sort of be able to go ahead soon.
Good.
And yeah, I do guitar, banjo, mandolin lessons. So
lessons, as you said.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, good. Well, it's lovely to see you all. And James, thanks ever so much for all your nice words earlier in your video. It was
it was a bit of a rant. I didn't realise, but yeah,
not at all. It wasn't a rant at all. It was lovely. I remember talking to you at Chippenham Folk Festival a few years ago. I was introducing you at a concert in the Constitutional Hall. And we had a quick chat about New Roots, and you were saying the year that you were there was a particularly starry year, wasn't it?
I wouldn't want to belittle anyone else's year, but
there were lots of. But it was, But what I was about to say was that happens every year. We do New Roots every year, and every year I say, and I mean it. We didn't think it could get better, and it does because.
Yeah. I think there was. Archie and Tom, who then won the BBC Young Folk Awards after me. So so that in the same year,
and we've got 2 award winners in this this panel at the moment.
That's great. I just say it's really brilliant with the lockdown and everything. Seeing that everybody's doing all these little projects and it keeps on working.
Yeah,
it's
really, haven't you? You've got to.
It's really great.
Yeah, you can't really.
It's great to hear about everybody as well.
Well, absolutely brilliant talking to you. Well, I'm sorry we can't go on longer, but we're running a little bit over time now, so we're going to have to move on with the day's music. But thank you so much for joining us, all 4 of you, James and Maddie and Ellie and Megan, and the very best of luck to all of you in the future and your current projects and Birdsong Online. I'll have a look at that. Thanks, James.
Cheers. Thanks a lot, everyone.
So I'm going to hand over now to Tom Sennett, who is going to do the emceeing for the next hour and a half or so while I go and have me dinner. And then I shall be back again to meet up with Iona Fife and to see us through to the end of this particular concert. So if we're ready, and if Tom is there, there's Tom. I can see him now. Tom, it's over to you. Good luck, and I'll see you later. Bye now.
Thank you, Barry. I'll let Barry go and have his dinner now. So really, I think you'll find. I think he deserves time for his dinner right now. Yes, welcome again this evening to the 21st anniversary of New Roots. We hope you've all enjoyed what's been going on so far, and there's still plenty of good stuff to come. So, but please do not forget to donate for all these artists that you see today, earning some little bits, a few pennies for them. So you can go to a GoFundMe page and search for New Roots 21st anniversary, and then you can donate, put a few little coppers in the tin for them. That would be great. So on with this evening's performances. Then we've got coming up now. We have Laura Hewison. Now Laura was a New Roots entrant in 2006. Since New Roots, Laura has continued performing as a folk pop singer, songwriter, and cellist, performing arrangements of traditional folk songs and songs and some original songs as well. Sorry. She has released 2 albums. She has also teaches singing and teaches 2 London choirs, Morley College Folk Choir and the Brockley Voices Choir. Laura has a brand new single, Whatever I Want, which was released just on Friday. So do check that out on Spotify or on iTunes. She also has on her latest album, Today's Another Day, is available from her website. That's lauravictoriamusic.com. So please do go and check that out. So let's all sit back and enjoy Laura Hewitson.
Hello, I'm Laura. It's lovely to be performing for the New Roots 21st anniversary, so thank you very much. I had a brilliant time when I performed many years ago, and I know it's still giving lots of great opportunities now. Usually I sing and accompany myself with the cello, but during this recent lockdown time I haven't had my cello with me, so what I've decided to do instead is sing some songs that I've arranged in 4-part harmony using the a cappella app. If you know the app, it's really useful. If you don't know it, it looks a bit strange because there's 4 of me on the screen, but it means that I can sing songs in different ways. So the first song that I'm going to sing is My Love Is Like a Red, Red Rose by Robbie Burns. And the second one is The Water of Time. So have a lovely afternoon and evening. Thanks. My love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. My love is like a melody that's sweetly played in June. As fair art thou, my bonny lass, how deep in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till all the seas can dry, till all the seas can dry, my love, and the rocks melt with the sun, and I will love thee still, my dear, while sands of life shall run, and fare thee well, my only love, and fare thee well, and I will come again, my love, though it were 10,000 miles. My love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. My love is like a melody that's sweetly played in June. As fair art thou, my bonny lass, how deep in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till all the seas can dry. So this is a song that I learnt from my grandparents and my dad. It's about Newcastle. It's The Water of Time, and you might know it. I cannot get to my love if I would deep, for the water of time runs between him and me, and here I must stand with a tear in my eye, both sighing and sickly my true love to see. to ferry me over the Tyne to my honey, and I will remember the boatman and me. I cannot get to my love if I would deep, for the water of time runs between him and me, and here I must stand with a tear in my eye, both sighing and sickly, my true love to see.
Okay, that was Laura Hewison. I think she's a beautiful singer there. And we've got another really good singer coming up for you now. Well, they're all good singers today, really. We have Maddie Morris. Now, Maddie, sorry, Maddie was a New Roots entrant in 2019. Maddie was also a winner of the BBC Radio 2 Young Folk Award and is a contemporary folk musician who is heavily influenced in traditional protest song. Originally from Bedfordshire and currently based in Leeds, Maddie is a strong believer in the personal is political and also uses her own experiences to raise discussions around issues such as LGBTQ rights, CSA, feminism and trauma, to name a few. Maddie recently completed an EU joint headline tour with activist Chuck S.J. She has also played at prestigious events including Sidmouth Folk Festival and main stage at Trans Pride Brighton in 2019. Apart from being a New Roots winner, Maddie has also won the Alan Surtees Trust Fund for emerging roots and traditional artists. You can check her out on Facebook. That's just have a look on Facebook and search for Maddie Morris Music. So without further ado, let's listen to Maddie.
One morning when I went to work, the sight was most exciting. I heard noise, I looked around, and who do you think was fighting? I stood amazed and at them gazed to see them in such rages. I'd never seen a row like that between the Brockwell cages. Now the old cage says come out the gates, because it's my intention to let you see whether you or me is the best invention. The new women raised the coffee's calais and added down when it dabbing. The blood was running down the skeets and past the wayman's cabin. Now the old cage says come out the gates, thou doubt that thou could fillet me, but if I'd been as young as thou, I'm certain I could pay thee. The painter knocked his ankle off and they both had cutting faces. The shifters rapped thee for to ride and they both went to their places. When ganning up and down the shaft, the patent cage did threaten for to take the old un's life if they stopped in meeting. Now the old cage bawled out as he passed, you nasty dirty patent, rub your eyes against the skeets, 'cause I think you've hardly wakened. Now the patent to the old cage says, although I be a stranger, I can work me work as well as you, and free the men from danger. For if the rope should break with me, old skinny jaws, just watch us, you'll see us clag on to the skeets. Now I'm full of springs and catches. Now the old cage to the patent said, I'll warrant you think you're clever, because they've polished you with paint, but you'll not last forever. The paint on you it'll wear away, then you've lost your beauty. They never painted me at all, and still have done me duty. The brakeman brought them both to bank, the mischief for to settle. They fought from 5 o'clock till out, and the patent won the battle. It took the brakeman half a shift to collect them up with plasters, and the old cage sent his notice in, just to vex the masters. That was Row Between the Cages. I learnt that from the singing of Bob Fox, and the poetry was written by Tommy Armstrong, and the music was written by Bob Davenport, I believe. I'm Maddie Morris, and I'm really excited to be part of this with New Roots today. I took part in New Roots last year, and it was awesome, and I really enjoyed meeting all the young musicians and getting an opportunity to play alongside some really, really incredible people. So it was really, really fun. So yeah, that was Row Between the Cages. The next song I'm going to sing is a song that I've written at the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis. My partner was quite unwell with the coronavirus, and I had to go into self-isolation, and this was before the lockdown. And I decided to do this project where I wrote a song a day because I wanted to sort of keep myself engaged in a project because it was quite a scary time. And on day 6, I wrote this song, and it's called Vote, and it's kind of about how, to me, it feels like voting is a minimum for political engagement, and also that when we come into these awful situations like we've been in with the crisis, it feels like, to me, that was a minimum that I voted, and that it's important that people realise that the personal is political, and that voting affects people's actual lives, and it's not just politics and politicians using big words and stuff. So this is Vote. I used to sit across a table from a man who tried to kill me, and the silence stained me like a bruise. And the static of his eye contact burnt dark holes into my ears, but I stay silent like they taught me to. And I could list the 1 in 10 and an arm's worth of statistics, all the things they don't report in the news. And I could dig out all my pickets for another night of shouting, but my lungs are red and raw, and my skin just begs me not to. And I won't pat my back for ticking a box on a page, and in years from now can't brag about a contribution that I made, but for the stories they're reporting and the stories that they don't, the least I can do is vote. There's a damp inside my bedroom and my bathroom and my kitchen, and the landlord can't seem to say a word. But every month, like clockwork, all the money that I work for, he takes a third. And there's a guy sleeping rough just 3 doors down from my flat, and he can't be much younger than me. I think we're taught as little children to avert our eyes, to learn how not to see. And I won't pat my back for ticking a box on a page, and in years from now can't brag about some contribution that I made, but for the stories they're reporting and the stories that they don't, the least I can do is vote. And I won't pat my back for ticking a box on a page, and in years from now won't brag about some contribution that I made, but for the stories they're reporting and the stories that they don't, the least I can do is vote. Is vote. That was Vote, and that is from my album that came out on the 9th, called Purgatory. That's on streaming sites. So yeah, thank you so much for including me in this event again. New Roots is really cool, so I'm really grateful to be part of it. Thanks. Bye.
Wasn't that lovely? That was absolutely fantastic. Okay, we're going to move on. We've got we have Pete Ord. Now, Pete was a New Roots entrant in 2010. Pete has over 15 years experience as a performing musician, from ceilidh to rock, folk and pop, as well as being a highly regarded musician and singer in his own right. Pete has also made a successful career in sound engineering and record production with his own record label, Haystack Records. You can find more details of Peter on his Facebook page. So if you go onto Facebook and search for Pete Ord Producer, it contains lots more information about this guy, and he's, like I say, he's a very talented chap. So let's queue up and have a look at Peter.
Hi, my name is Pete Ord, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be asked by the guys at New Roots to perform a couple of songs for their celebration event. It's 10 years this year since I was in the New Roots competition, and although I didn't continue to pursue a performing career, I have been lucky enough to continue working in folk music as a producer, a record label owner, and a live sound engineer. And one of the amazing things about the New Roots competition is I think I've worked with pretty much everyone, or very close to, that I met for the first time during the New Roots final that I was in since then. And I know that I've gone on to work with loads of other people who have been in the final too. So it's a real pleasure to be asked to do this. And I thought when it came up that I might just dust off the guitar and a couple of songs and perform them for you today. So we'll do that. So I'm going to sing a couple of songs for you today. I thought I'd start off with a Cumbrian dialect song, which is the same way as I started my performance in the final. It's not the same song, but this one tells the story of a young man from Cartmel and his courting, essentially. It's got one of my favourite dialect words in, which is a hullet, which is an owl. But the rest of it's fairly obvious. You'll pick up the story even if you don't pick up all of the dialect. It's got a great nonsense chorus, like all good folk songs. So that's the bit I'll expect you guys to sing along with at home, and that's with a Dummel Dum Dollykin Dummel Dum Day. So that comes round at the end of every verse. Do join in with that at home. This is the story of Cartmel Bob. It's called A Country Courting. Ya Saturday night, as I heard tell, young Bob came o'er from Cartmel Fell. He's courting a lass and they called her Jane, and she lives in a house down Coomer Lane. Wi' me Dummel Dum Dollykin Dummel Dum Day. Now happens as Jane was in hoose by hersel, when she thought of a lad frae Cartmel Fell. Her folk had gone wi' horse and gig to visit some nebbers i' Bowland Brig. Wi' me Dummel Dum Dollykin Dummel Dum Day. Mrs. left her orders oh serene, to tent at bairns if they should scream, and keep a good fire and look at old sow, and Sarah two lambs who had lost their yow. Wi' me Dummel Dum Dollykin Dummel Dum Day. Bob waited, poor lad, his legs were like lead. When a hullet flew out about his head, he thought it said to whip to woo, if thou's gone to wed, they'll have to woo. Wi' me Dummel Dum Dollykin Dummel Dum Day. Through kitchen window he took a look, and spied his Jane in Tingle Nook. He thought to himself, I'll X for a match, and Jane fair jumped when he lifted latch. Wi' me dummel-dum dollikin dummel-dum day. Now wasn't she fin? What a fuss she did make. Fetched cowslip wine and fresh currant cake, and there they sat by a gut peat fire, with his arm around his heart's desire. Wi' me dummel-dum dollikin dummel-dum day. They talked about going to CrossFit dance. If Mrs. had nobbit give Jane a chance, she's a brand new blouse, bob bout her at fair, and yards of blue ribbon to tee up her hair. Wi' me dummel-dum dollikin dummel-dum day. 3 magpies, you know, is a sign for to wed, and Bob thought it was time as summit was said. He called her his rose, his jewel, his plum. He promised to wed her when Wizander come. Wi' me dummel-dum dollikin dummel-dum day. They took a low farm down Winster way, and there they lived for many a day. They've horses and coos and pigs and sheep, and they're all there are, and they gae good keep. Wi' me dummel-dum dollikin dummel-dum day. You lads what's keen on Canada brass, think twice afore you leave your lass. Just take a leaf for a Cartmel bob, there's a fortune there if you'll mend your job. Wi' me dummel-dum dollikin dummel-dum day. Wi' me dummel-dum dollikin dummel-dum day. I'd like to finish with a song that I wrote. Sadly, a couple of years ago now, we lost my father-in-law after quite a long battle with leukemia. And this is a song I wrote around that time. So this last one's for anyone who's lost someone, but specifically it's for fathers and daughters. Thanks very much. This is called What I Did That For. I've been searching for 7 long years, trying to find that open door. I've been searching through all of my fears, and now I wonder what I did that for. I've been collecting these relics of the past, trying to fight my own civil war. I've been collecting these items to last, and now I wonder what I did that for. I've walked roads that were far too long, and I've been right more times than I've been wrong. And there's so much that I've had to endure, and now I wonder what I did that for. I've been holding on to everything life's given me, building up a winter store. I've been holding on to hope and to victory, and I wonder what I did that for. I've walked roads that were far too long, and I've been right more times than I've been wrong. And there's so much that I've had to endure, and now I wonder what I did that for. I've seen lands of which many men would dream, from vast expansive ocean to
gentle babbling stream. I've fought for many armies, both in fiction and in life. I've held the world in my arms, I've held a loving wife. I've seen smiles on the faces of the free, and there's many that have given much to me. I've held the greatest gift, the love created at the core. She's everything a man could wish. She's everything. She's everything. She's everything I did that for. I've been searching for 7 long years, trying to find that open door. I've been searching through all of my fears, now I wonder what I did that for. She's everything I did that for.
That was the lovely voice there of Peter Ward. So yeah, if you like all the artists today have doing a sterling job, and there's been a lot of work in the organisation of today. John Sandler is working very, very hard behind the scenes here, and he's doing a fantastic job. And I think you'll agree with me that he deserves a very good beer after this. So also, if you'd like to donate, like I say, to keep this fantastic event going, then please do go to the GoFundMe page on the net and look for New Roots 21st anniversary. It just helps keeps things going, and for me myself, this has been a fantastic experience coming through New Roots myself. So yeah, and there's a lot of people performing on folk clubs and festivals all over the UK and internationally now that wouldn't be there if it wasn't for this event. So yeah, please do go to the GoFundMe page and donate to the 21st anniversary New Roots. Okay, so we were hoping to bring you Lizzie Hardingham, but we've got a few technical difficulties at the moment, so hopefully we'll get to you soon. We're also going to bring you Megan Wisdom as well, but unfortunately again we got a few little technical issues, which the gremlins I think are having their tea, so hopefully once they've been fed everything should be working fine again. So we're going to move on to, if I can just bear with me, the joys of technology today. It's we're going to go. Oh, we're going to Megan. We are going to Megan. Let's have a look. So I'll just go. Okay, so Megan Wisdom. Here we go. So we have Megan was the New Roots entrant in 2017 and 2019. Megan has completed the first year of the folk degree at Newcastle University. She has also performed at several clubs and since lockdown a couple of online events. She has an EP called Tracery, which came out in 2018, so do check that out. Megan is also working with the East Anglian Traditional Music Trust to compile and archive folk singing in East Anglia, which you've probably heard from the panel discussion earlier on, with the aim of building a picture of the East Anglian folk scene today. So you can check that out. That's EATMT.
Looks like it, yeah.
.com. So, and follow on from there. So let's go on to Megan Wisdom. Okay, so I think we've still got a few little technical difficulties. What we'll do is I'll hopefully if my co-presenter here is here, Mr. Barry Goodman, and he's waving on the screen. So hopefully we'll pass over to Barry, and he will introduce us to Iona.
Okay. Hello again. I'm back. Pity about the problems we're having. Hopefully, we might be able to get some of it back later and have a chance to see some of these videos a little bit later on. Anyway, we're going to move on now to listen to Iona Fife. Iona Fife is from Aberdeenshire and has become one of Scotland's finest young ballad singers, rooted deeply in the singing traditions of the northeast of Scotland. She won the Scots Singer of the Year at the MG Alba Scots Traditional Music Awards in 2018. And she's been described as one of the best Scotland has to offer. She's toured throughout the UK, Poland, France, Germany, Austria, Italy, Switzerland, Czech Republic, Canada, and Australia. And I'm just trying to remember when she was at New Roots. She was at New Roots in 2016, so that's only 4 years ago, and she got all that under her belt now. She's got a new album, which is a new album, called Away From My Window. It features musicians such as Luke McNally, Tim Eadie, Charlie Gray, Simon Gall, David Foley, Graham Rory, Charlie Stewart and Ross Miller. And that was premiered at a sold-out Celtic Connections performance featuring a larger musical ensemble and live on-stage sampling of source singers. So all that stuff's happening to Iona, who was only in New Roots 4 years ago. She also acted as support for me at a concert in Haddenham some years ago, but that's another story. So I hope we're going to have the video. I hope we're all ready for it. This is Iona Fife. We're still trying to just get that video working here for Iona. So I can tell you a little bit more about her if you like. In 2020, she performed as an official showcased artist at Folk Alliance International, which was held in New Orleans. Iona studied at the prestigious Royal Conservatoire of Scotland, and she graduated with a first-class honours degree in traditional music and holds an FLCM, in traditional voice from London College of Music, fellow of the Royal College of Music. A sellout show at Edinburgh Fringe Festival for 2 consecutive years. Iona was finalist in the BBC Radio Scotland Young Traditional Musician of the Year and won the Molloy Award at Birmingham Irish Traditional Fest. In 2018, she performed at the Interceltic Festival de Lorient, where she was described as a Scottish folk singer, magical and charismatic by Rolling Stone France. And she was nominated as One to Watch and Best Live Performance at the Sunday Herald Scottish Culture Awards 2018. I think she's also, if I remember rightly, she's performed with, she's joined a London-based organisation called City Music Foundation as one of their 2019 City Music Foundation artists, and she's also working with Live Music Now Scotland to bring live music to audiences across Scotland. She serves as a committee member on the Musicians Union in Scotland and the Northern Ireland, I think, Regional Committee. Iona is a National Director of the Traditional Music and Song Association of Scotland. We're going to try again, I think.
I'm Iona Fife. I'm a folk singer from Huntly in Aberdeenshire, based in Glasgow. I'm delighted to be performing virtually for the 21st anniversary celebrations of New Roots. I was a finalist in 2016 and New Roots gave me so many great opportunities to perform down south. Usually I tour in a trio outfit with guitar and fiddle backing me up, but during lockdown I have become reacquainted with the piano. I'm going to start off with a song called The Internationale. This dates back to 1871, written by Eugene Potier, and the melody that I'm using is from Scots singer and pianist Simon Gall. Arise, ye workers, from your slumbers. Arise, ye prisoners of want. For reason in revolt now thunders, and at last ends the age of cant. Away with all your superstitions, arise song I'm going to sing is called Jamie Foyers. Jamie Foyers has been sung in various forms by singers such as Elizabeth Stewart and Willie McPhee. However, Ewan MacColl rewrote it and placed it within the context of the Spanish Civil War. Far distant, lies Foyers the brave, nae tombstone memorial shall hallow his grave. His bones they lie scattered on the rude soil of Spain, for young Jamie Foyers in battle was slain. He's gained frae the shipyard that stands on the Clyde. His hammer lies idle, his tools laid aside. To the wide broad river young Foyers has gone, to fecht by the side o' the people o' Spain. There was na his equal at work or at play. He was strong in the Union till his dying day. He was grand at the football, at the dance he was braw. Aye, young Jamie Foyers was a flute o' them all. He's came frae the shipyard, tamed off his work clothes. Oh, I mind the time wheel in the long summer days. Saying, think me long, lassie, and I'll come back again. But young Jamie Foyers in battle was slain. In the fecht for Belchite, he was aye to the fore, and he fought at Gandesa till he couldna fecht no more. He lay at his machine gun wi' a bullet in his brain, and young Jamie Foyers in battle was slain. He lies by the Ebro in far away Spain. He died so that freedom and justice might reign. Remember young Foyers and others of worth, and don't let one fascist be left on this earth. Aye, and don't let one fascist be left on this earth. I'm going to carry on now with a song from the Greg Duncan folk song collection called Banks of Inverurie. This song is from the northeast of Scotland, and basically it's about a girl who's walking down by the River Urie and is accosted by a man who asks her to marry him, and she says no, and that's it. I recorded this with full band on my debut album Away From My Window, which you can get from ionafife.com/shop, and it's with full band, mandolin, cello, bass, whatever, and not just me on piano, but it's lockdown, so I'm here alone. One day I went walking, and in the sight it passed by the banks of Inverurie. I spied a bonny
she said, my man, get over your company free. For I know you are of gentle blood, but of a graceless clad. I know your occupation bad, and good it cannot be on the banks when far to feed. I'll walk alone, said she. Well, he said, my pretty fair maid, the truth I'll ne'er deny. On the banks of Inverurie, fair maids beguile to have I. I used to flatter fair maids, but knew how faithful be. On the banks of Inverurie, if you would marry me. He's put a horn to his lips, and he blew loud and shrill, till 24 armed men come take their master's call. I used to flatter fair maids, but knew how faithful be. On the banks of Inverurie, if you would marry me. On the banks of Inverurie, I'll walk alone, said she.
I'm going to sing a song that I wrote myself called The Banks of the Tigris, and this featured on my first album, Away From My Window, and the melody to this is from Blue Blazin' Blind Drunk. By the river the children are playing, and the sun and its heat growing strong, but around them the bullets are raging, and we don't speak of who they come from. On the banks of the Tigris, we don't speak of who they come from. And the West Bank town of Kehara, its river at night runs with red. The young men are fighting their battles, and the children they walk among dead. On the banks of the Tigris, the children they walk among dead. Their fathers, their brothers, their husbands, their sons and their lovers they mourn. Their faces and names unascertained, and we don't know of where they belong. On the banks of the Tigris, we don't know of where they belong. Mosul she now lies in ruins, her people have all gone and fled, and our headlines are written in anger, and we judge only what we have read. On the banks of the Tigris, we judge only what we have read. The survivors, they still have their tongues tied, and they won't talk of what they have seen. The enemy lines always changing, in this battleground no hands are clean. On the banks of the Tigris, in this battleground no hands are clean. The powers declared liberation, but what are the people freed from? Not the bullets, the fighting, the bloodshed of a battle that's hardly begun. On the banks of the Tigris, the battle has hardly begun. By the river the children are playing, war silently floats by their eyes. Oh, what will become of our children, as destruction it lurks in their skies? On the banks of the Tigris, destruction it lurks in their skies. On the banks of the Tigris, on the banks of the Tigris, on the banks of the Tigris, destruction it lurks in their skies. Thank you so much for having me for the New Roots 21st anniversary celebrations. It's absolutely lovely to be contributing a wee set. I'm going to finish off with a song called Bonnie Glenshee. It's got a great chorus called Bus Bus, Bonnie Lassie, and Come Awa Wi Me, I'll tak you to Glenisla near Bonnie Glenshee. And during lockdown I've been teaching via Patreon. Patreon is a very new thing for myself, and I've been doing traditional ballad workshops where I teach a ballad every week or so. In Scots and in English, so if you'd like to do that, then head on over to my Patreon. Of course, my CDs are for sale, and I've had my tours cancelled all the way pretty much up until November now, in Germany, in America, and Australia, and Denmark, Sweden. Everything is just gone. Everything that I've worked quite hard to get to has just been cancelled, and it might not be rescheduled next year because of the B word. So all of your support is very much appreciated. Thank you. Do you see on high hills all covered with snow the parted monies of true love, and they'll seem peered as to all. Bus, bus, bonny lassie, I am going near, and I'll tak ye to Glenisla near Bonnie Glenshee. Do you see on shepherds as they walk along with their ladies round about them, and the sheep they graze on? Bus, bus, bonny lassie, I am going near, and I'll tak ye to Glenisla near Bonnie Glenshee. Do you see on soldiers as they march along with their muskets round their shoulders and their broadswords hanging down? Bus, bus, bonny lassie, I am
And that was Iona Fife. Hello, Iona. Iona, I believe you might be there, ready to talk to us.
Hi, can you hear me?
I certainly can. Where are you at the moment, Iona?
I'm in my flat in Glasgow.
In Glasgow. Good Lord, what's it like in Glasgow today?
It is absolutely, I can't even say the word, it's ding and doon here.
Is it really? Oh,
Yeah.
it was dinging doon a bit earlier here, but not it's not now, I'm glad to say. Just very, very windy. Thanks ever so much for joining us. It was lovely to hear you again. Haven't heard you for quite some time now. And that was a lovely set. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. It seems like years and years have passed since New Roots when I did it.
Yeah, wasn't that long ago, was it?
2016, I think.
Something like that. Yeah, yeah. It's not that long ago, but you've done so well since. So, do you think that New Roots had a bearing on that?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I met musicians who I would have never met before at that time, and made friends who, I've linked up with at festivals or other things, and haven't managed to really work with them yet just because I'm up here.
Yeah.
But, it helped me make contacts, and it helped me, become part of a community of practice, which otherwise wasn't part of.
That's very interesting. I mean, I think a lot of people have said that the networking and the meeting up with other people and seeing how other people work as well is one of the things that you learn when you're a young musician moving out on your career.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to mention like the gigs that it provides, and it was like provided some of the like first few gigs that I ever did in
Mm.
England. And since then, I always have a really really great time touring in England. And some years have been more busy in England than I have in Scotland, which is
Oh,
really really nice.
that's nice to hear. And lots of foreign travel, I understand.
Yeah, so much. Like Germany and Austria, Canada, Australia. But then this year, of course, it's all been cancelled. This
Of
was set
course.
a really, really big year. But hopefully that can happen again next year. In fact, I might actually be going to Germany in August, but I don't know yet. I need to confirm. But if it was up to my agent, then I'd be going.
Well, nobody really knows, do they, at the moment, Iona? It's
Mhm.
everything's in the balance right now. But what sort of gigs are you doing over on the continent then? I'm just interested that a singer of mostly Scottish songs is doing those sorts of tours.
Well, there are huge, huge, markets, especially in Germany and Austria and all that, for Scottish music.
Hmm.
So the agent that I work with in Austria, he puts together several tours per year of Scottish bands and acts. And I did something called the Scottish Colours Tour. So it's when they like take a Canadian band, a Scottish band, people with shared traditions, and tour them. Same with like France. I went to Lorient Interceltic Festival.
Mm.
It's a huge, huge festival, and it's mostly Celtic nations. So like there's like Welsh tents, Scottish tents, and each year there's like a kind of host country. And I went when Wales was the host country, so it was really cool. But there's a huge, huge market. Even in Australia. The thing is that Poland as well. They don't. It's not really about the language. You can tell the story without speaking the same language. Like, I think it's really cool. Plus, I've been doing more songs in English recently, so that really helps.
International
Um,
language, yeah, yeah.
yeah, that helps
Lingua
the
franca.
dialect thing.
Yeah. Well, that's fascinating. I mean, but you really have done remarkably well. Well, not remarkably well because you're a very talented lady, but it's lovely to hear that that you've had so much success following the New Roots thing. Was New Roots before or after the Scottish Award?
It was way before, way before.
It's
So I did
before,
New
right?
Roots in 2016.
Right. So you're on the way up. Yeah.
and then I did the Young Traditional Musician of the Year, the BBC Scotland one in
Yep.
2017. I was just a finalist in that, and then I got Scots Singer of the Year in 2018. And people like, Corinne Pollard has had that, and Siobhan Miller has had it. It's such a great award.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, I just think these awards are so redundant. Like, I think it's about being in a community and being able to go out and sing and share your tradition. That it helps definitely, because some people are more likely to book you if you have a title under your name. But it should be about the music that you're really making. And whilst I was studying, all of this was taking place. I just graduated from university last year. So that was a bit of an issue with balancing touring and recording and being a full-time conservatory music student at the same time. It was pretty tiring, but
You're
fun.
full on, I think. Yes. Well, I think that's just amazing, and you've done so remarkably well. As a someone who's now got to that stage, what if you were to be talking to a young, up and coming folk artist who was maybe entering New Roots for the first time? What sort of advice do you think you might give them, apart obviously from making sure they enter New Roots?
Yeah, absolutely. Enter it. Just don't compare yourself with other people. Like, don't put yourself on reviewers will do that already. Like, there's already pressures for you to be similar to other people, or people will draw comparisons, but don't compare yourself to other folk singers or other fiddle players. Just be able to like forge your own unique style, repertoire, song choice. Like, just focus on you being you, as opposed to going in the footsteps of other singers who are 10, 20, 30 years older than you. You're not going to compare with them. Like, you just need to focus on you right now. If I could tell that to 17-year-old me, I would have saved myself so much anxiety about trying to be as good as someone who has double my experience, or just focus on your own music and don't worry what anyone else is doing, just on you. I need to take that advice right now.
That's very, very good advice, Iona, I'm sure. I hope that there are young musicians watching this and who will watch it, and will take that advice and hopefully carry it on. It's lovely to see you, Iona. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All the way from Dinging Down, Glasgow, and it probably still is. And I hope I'll see you again, in real time, eye to eye, face to face, before too long, when all this is over.
Absolutely. Well, good luck with the rest of the night. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks again, Iona. Bye-bye now. Bye. And now, I think it's possible we might get to Megan Wisdom. I'm hoping we're going to get to Megan Wisdom. Tom has already introduced Megan and told you about what she's been doing, and she's at uni and she's doing this project in East Anglia with the East Anglian Traditional Music Trust at the moment, finding out about songs there. So I think we'll go straight on and listen to Megan Wisdom.
Hello! Today I'm going to tell you a couple of stories about women who lived in East Anglia. The first is a ghost story and concerns some of my ancestors. One night in 1863, Mrs. Ballantyne Brown was walking to church in Southwold, where she lived, when she saw a figure dressed in a long oilskin coat and a peculiarly shaped sou'wester, a kind which was never worn in Southwold or the east coast beyond. It appeared only for a few seconds, and she was frightened and went back to a relative's house to relate what had happened. When she had told the tale, the figure was dismissed as a tramp who had been seen sitting on a doorstep all that afternoon. Mrs. Brown was not reassured and could not sleep that night as she was so upset. The next morning she went with the wife of her brother to the cliff top to watch her brother's fishing boat come in. They were approached by the Wesleyan minister, who told them that her brother had been killed on board the boat when the mast fell on him, at the exact time that Mrs. Brown had seen the mysterious figure. He had been wearing a long oilskin coat and a peculiarly shaped sou'wester, which he had borrowed, and had once belonged to a French fisherman. When they were brought to her, Mrs. Brown immediately identified them as the clothes she had seen on the man in the street the night before. This is just one example of the tragedies that befell fishing communities around the British Isles. So the song I'm going to sing now, which is by John Connolly, is for my own ancestors in this story, as well as all the wives, sisters, mothers and daughters of fishermen and sailors around the country. This is The Widowmaker.
When the widowmaker wind howls up the river, when the sky falls dark and heavy to the roaring of the tide, when you lie awake and listen to the wind blow, when you wish you'd never been a sailor's bride, for wives and mothers all along the coastline, it's another day of darkness and another night of fear. For there's gale force winds and black ice in the Faroe, and December is the deadly time of year. While it's hard to be a mother and a father, a lonely woman trying hard to raise a growing lad, and your heart sinks every time he tries to tell you he wants to go to sea just like his dad. And in between the kissing and the cursing, you try to make a home where he can grow up great and free. But you know that you can't keep him there forever. Someday you will lose him to the sea. And when your man comes home wish you would never be a sailor's bride.
My second song is about a woman who lived nearly 6 centuries ago. We don't know her real name, but she's now known as Julian of Norwich, after the church where she lived as anchoress for most of her life. She was known as a counsellor, and people would go to her for much needed advice. They were living in the time of the Great Plague, which killed millions throughout Europe. Her writings, the Revelations of Divine Love, which is thought to be the first known book published by a woman in English, are full of words of hope, and her most famous quote is, "All shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well." On that note, I'd like to thank Alison and everyone else involved for making this wonderful virtual event happen and for inviting me to take part. This song is by Sydney Carter, and it's called The Bells of Norwich.
And that was Megan Wisdom. I'm sorry it was a little bit later than you anticipated, Megan, but it was lovely to have you singing to us, and a nice touch of East Anglia there for all of us. Well, moving on now to what is going to actually be the final group of singers and performers in this mega day that we've had celebrating New Root's 21st anniversary. And just in case you haven't got round to donating yet, you can donate at the GoFundMe website, www.gofundme, or you can go to the New Roots Facebook page and follow the link there to GoFundMe to donate to our cause, to make sure some of these musicians get a bit of extra cash during this lockdown period, and that New Roots can continue to go on to even more years, maybe another 21 years, who knows. Our next performers are Fiona and Rachel Todd. They're two of the newest performers tonight in terms of New Roots performance. They started last year. They came to New Roots in 2019. They've recently completed their second year studying folk and traditional music at Newcastle University. They're also both keen Morris dancers, dancing with Blackgate Morris. And they've got a Facebook page, which is Fiona and Rachel Todd Music. So without any further ado, let's listen to Fiona and Rachel Todd.
Rachel and Fiona Todd, and that was a set of 2 Northumbrian tunes, starting with Paddywack, which I found in the Peacock manuscript, and then moving into The Peacock Followed the Hen from the Northumbrian Minstrelsy.
We're now going to move on to another set of 2 English tunes. The first is a Morris tune, which is one of our favourite Morris dancers called Brighton Camp, and the second is a lovely tune written by Nicola Beasley called Bethans.
One, two, three.
Lovely. That was Rachel and Fiona Todd. Thank you very much for being part of this wonderful festival of music today, Rachel and Fiona, and the best of luck in the future to you too. Our next performer was in New Roots 2019, which is last year, and she told us then that she's always loved and been passionate about folk and traditional music, sings traditional songs, her own arrangements and pieces that she's written, both with guitar and a cappella. And she'd been doing so since the age of 14, going to local sessions and sing-arounds to share her music with others. She also played open mic nights, including at Towsey Festival in 2016, in 2015, which she won. And because of that, she got to play at Shepley Spring Festival in 2016, which she says she absolutely loved. Since New Roots, she's moved to London to start a new job and has played a few gigs in folk clubs locally. And she's recorded and released her first EP, Home, and has performed at Folk East, marvellous festival, and Bromyard Folk Festival, also a marvellous festival. Her EP is available on all streaming sites, she says, Spotify, Apple Music, etc., and can be purchased for download or as a CD on Bandcamp. Let's have a listen, shall we? It's Sarah Stock. Just to say that even though this is not the New Roots competition, I suspect that one or two of the past judges of the competition are probably watching. I know Andy Stafford has been watching. He's been a judge for most of the time that I can remember now. I'm hoping that Lynn might be watching as well, Lynn Herod, as well as some of our professional musician guests and judges rather. Certainly Katrina Gilmore and Jamie Roberts, who I'm sure have judged in the past. I know James Findlay judged as well, and the Askew sisters. And thinking about other alumni that have been judges, we had Laurel Swift and John Dipper, who were in one of the very, very first New Rootses. They judged a few years ago. And folk luminaries and royalty such as Liza Carthy and Martin Carthy, Pete Coe, the Fraser sisters, all have been judges at various times. James and Nancy, James Fagan and Nancy Kerr, and many other top names in the folk world have judged in New Roots and given that very all important feedback to the entrants. So somebody mentioned earlier on that it was the feedback, the constructive criticism that was so useful. Okay, I think I've just had a message to say let's try for this video again. So let's try again for Sarah Stock.
Hello, welcome to Underneath the Stairs in my house here in London. I'm going to sing a couple of songs for you, the first of which is one which I wrote earlier this year, which I haven't yet had a chance to sing for anybody, so I hope you enjoy it. And in the interest of time, I'll probably just go straight into the second one, which is a trad song which I've been learning recently. I'm sure it will be familiar to many of you. I think it's beautiful, so I really hope you enjoy both of these. There's a peace flowing straight through this city. Though my mind races, it's sure in its
went home to water birds, the coots and moorhens. I saw the cormorant diving for its food. Man-made river, you're my peace. When life gets hard, you're to soothe the burning of my aching heart. Hard work may have built you, yet no man can stop you. Man-made river, may your strength impart. Yet we try to fill her up with rubbish, toss our pans and crisp packets to her depths. Man-made river, our city peace provider. Still we try to destroy her with thoughtlessness. Man-made river, you're my peace. When life gets hard, you're to soothe the burning of my aching heart. Hard work may have built you, yet no man can stop you. Man-made river, may your strength impart. Many owners keep their pets upon her waters, whilst others walk them along by her side. Yet they like to leave a mess upon the towpath. Why does respect for the environment never seem to cross our minds? Man-made river, you're my peace. When life gets hard, you're to soothe the burning of my aching heart. Where hard work may have built you, yet no man can stop you. Man-made river, may your strength impart. Made river, may your strength impart. I once was a ploughboy, but a soldier I'm now. I courted sweet lovely Molly as I followed the plough. I courted sweet lovely Molly at the age of 16, but now I must leave her for to serve James the King. Oh Molly, love
again. It'll be in the spring when the mavis and the turtle dove and the nightingale sing. Oh, you can go to the market, you can go to the fair, you can go to church on Sunday and meet your true love there. But if anybody loves you as much as I do, then I'll not stop your marriage. Farewell, my love, adieu. Oh, Molly, lovely Molly, I delight in your charms, and it's many the long night that I've spent in your arms. If ever I return again, it'll be in the spring when the mavis and the turtle dove and the nightingale sing. Oh, Molly, lovely Molly, I delight in your charms, and it's many the long night I have spent in your arms. But if ever I return again, it'll be in the spring when the mavis and the turtle dove and the nightingale sing. When the mavis and the turtle dove and the nightingale sing. Thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed these songs, and thank you very much to New Roots for organising this. It's been really nice to have an occasion to play for, so I really appreciate that. If you like what I've sung and you're interested in my other stuff, I have got an EP. The best way to find out that information is through my Facebook page, which is @sarahstockmusic. So yes, thank you very much, and hopefully see you in a pub or a field sometime soon.
Thank you, Sarah. That was Sarah Stock, 2019 New Roots finalist, and some lovely music there. And you heard what she had to say about getting her EP, which would be lovely. Our next performer was in New Roots in 2016, and it's Sophie Crawford. As well as gigging as a folk musician, she runs monthly music and poetry nights called Patterned Ground, a monthly folk sing-around, and a theatre company specialising in shows inspired by folklore. She's toured internationally as a musician in shows such as Translunar Paradise and most recently in the West End production of Amelie the Musical. She's got an album called Silver Pin, which can be found on Bandcamp, and another album coming out soon. So that'll be on Facebook, no doubt. So when she's released that, and her Facebook page is Sophie Crawford Music. She teaches piano accordion as well. So if you're interested in learning the piano accordion, perhaps Sophie is one of the people you could go to. So let's see what Sophie's sounding like 4 years after she was in New Roots the first time. Sophie Crawford.
Hiya, I'm Sophie Crawford. Thank you very much, New Roots, for having me for this celebration. Here we go. So I'm going to give you a couple of songs, and this first one is Idumea. And I born to die, to lay this body down, and must my trembling spirit fly unto the world unknown, a land of deepest shade, unpierced by human thought, the dreary regions of the dead, where all things are forgot. Soon from the earth I go. What will become of me? Eternal happiness, or woe must soon my portion be. Waked by the trumpet sound, I from my grave shall rise, and see the host with glory crowned, and see the flaming sky. And am I born to die, to lay this body down, and must my trembling spirit fly unto the world unknown. That's Idumea. This next song is one that I wrote. It's called Miranda, and I wrote it for a friend of that name who I went to visit. Miranda, you led me down the last river, Miranda, you talked to everyone along the way. And you weren't afraid of the dog with blood in its ears. You said it made you want to cry. I cried when I told you I only liked girls now, and you were kind. You looked at things with a long view, 'cause of what you've been through. Oh, hardly seen and rarely sighted, hardly known. Miranda, how many years will pass before I see you again? Miranda, you're not like my other friends. The bubble on, like the stream beyond my window, like the stream beyond the trees. Oh, Miranda, hardly seen and rarely sighted, hardly known. Now I'm staring through the leaves, lit by the sunshine, and I'm thinking of the picture of your mother, holding you in the crook of her arm and waving away from the sea. Miranda, you've always been kind to me. Miranda, you've always been kind to me. Miranda, you've always been kind. Oh, hardly seen and rarely sighted, hardly known. You're hardly seen and rarely sighted, hardly known. That was Miranda. I'm just going to give you a few more. So this is a song that I heard many years ago, and it's called My Old Man. And it tells the story of basically a couple breaking up. It's very beautiful, I think. My young man has a heart that's as warm as a breeze on a summer's afternoon. He was clever with his hands, you should have seen his fingers dance. And when he laughed, he's as crazy as the moon. I've been with him now for nearly 16 years, but I can't tell you how, for I've cried so many tears. He can't seem to lay off the bottle. He just doesn't know when to start. Something snaps in his head, and he won't come to bed till he's finished every drop. My old man has been in and out of work for as long as I can recall. It's all for his grog, and he can't hold down a job, so he's nothing much to show for it all. It's not things that I need, I'm not that way inclined. It just makes my heart bleed to see him get so blind. He can't seem to lay off the bottle. He just doesn't know when to start. Something snaps in his head, and he won't come to bed till he's finished every drop. My old man has a heart that's as warm as a breeze on a summer's afternoon. He was clever with his hands, you should have seen his fingers dance. But now he's living in a rented room. We meet from time to time, there's nothing much to say. We once had something fine, but there's nothing left today. He can't seem to lay off the bottle. He just doesn't know when to start. Something snaps in his head, and he won't come to bed till he's finished every drop. So I think I'll send the kids for a spell with me mom, and I'll take some time on my own. We can talk, but I doubt if we'll ever work it out. Oh, but I'm not sure if I can live alone.
I've been with him now. Christ, it's nearly half my life. But he's married to his beer, and I don't feel much like a wife. He can't seem to lay off the bottle. He just doesn't know when to start. Something snaps in his head, and he won't come to bed till he's finished every drop. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Sophie Crawford, and you can find all my music if you look up Sophie Crawford Music. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sophie. That was Sophie Crawford. Smashing stuff. Lovely to hear you again singing those lovely songs. Lovely last one. Really enjoyed that. Super. Right. Now we've been having a bit of trouble with Lizzie Hardingham's video, but we've got it sorted at long last. So Tom introduced, I think, Lizzie earlier on, but just in case you've forgotten some of the things about her. After appearing as a finalist in 2018's New Roots competition, she's gone from strength to strength, winning the Hertfordshire Milkmaid Folk Club and Watford Folk Songwriting competitions, as well as the Royston Young Artists competitions. She had a successful radio play nationally and across the pond, as well as success in running her own songwriting competition alongside the St Albans Folk Festival. She has a new record called Seven, which features a varied mix of traditional and self-penned songs about our seas. Half of the proceeds going towards the great work done by the RNLI, and it was released on the 29th of May, or we hope it was anyway, coronavirus providing. Lizzie's website is lizziehardingham.com. Let's have a listen and a watch. Lizzie Hardingham.
Afternoon. Are we all having a nice afternoon so far? Yeah. That was a lovely answer. So I'm going to start with one from my debut album, and it's called Harvester of Gold. It's about bees and sort of the plight of bees, and that we have less of them, or fewer of them. So this is how it goes. I hope you enjoy it. Smoking girls nearly won this sorry scene. Gold shines gold, will it shine when you are gone? Harvester of gold. So thank you all for coming out. It looks like an absolutely lovely day. It was a bit grey when I arrived, but it's absolutely lovely to be back here and to be playing. I haven't played in this room, nay, been in this room for a good few years, so it's really, really lovely to be back and to be invited back. I'm going to play another song for you now, and it was sort of one of my first forays into arranging traditional material. And in Hertfordshire, for some strange reason, for a landlocked county, we have an awful lot of songs about the sea. And this is one, and it's called, for any folkies in the audience, it's called As I Walked Out One Summer's Morning, which every single folk song is called. So I changed it to Fisher Child, and it doesn't really fit the canon because it's got a happy ending. There's no death toll, there's no shipwreck, there's no horrible fate for the woman at the end. So I hope that's not a spoiler to say, but it's melancholy, but it's happy. So this is Fisher Child. As I walked out one summer's morn on purpose to meet my bride, 'twas there I saw a pretty maid come rolling down the tide. Good morning to you, young fisherman, she cried, what's brought you here? I said, I am fishing for a lady dear, right down the river clear. So he's boldly walked up to her there and kissed her both cheeks aside, and taken her by her lily white hand and rowed her down the tide. So he's launched his boat up to the shore. Kind ma'am, your pardon is lent, and in each other's arms embraced until they gave consent. So now go you to my father's home, where married we will there be, and you shall have a fisher child to row you on the sea. You shall have a fisher child to row you on the sea. You shall have a fisher child to row you on the sea. So thank you very, very much for coming out, and thank you for being such a lovely, lovely audience, and thank you to Heather and everyone for having me. It's been an absolutely lovely, lovely, lovely afternoon. I've got one more for you, and since I've warmed you up, and you all clearly have very lovely voices, would you care to do it again? So this particular one, I was doing a gig with a very, very talented songwriter, and she wrote this song, and she taught the audience the chorus, as is the way in a folk club, and when it got to the chorus, she sang something else. And it was just, and the audience sort of held their own and sang what they'd been taught, and it was really beautiful, and I thought, I want to do that. So I went home and I did just that, and this song is called Singing Together, so if we're not singing together, then I'm going to look like an idiot standing up here. So your bit of the chorus goes like this. Singing together as one. Do you think you can manage that? Should we give it just a quick test run? Just, you know, should we just give it one go as loudly as we possibly can? Singing together as one. Oh, that was perfect, that one, right? Look. And then when we get to it, I'm going to sing something different. So just, you know, hold really fast and it'll be great. I've been Lizzie Hardingham and I've got sort of CDs and badges and stickers and all of that good stuff. And thank you to you good people for listening so lovely. Hopefully have a lovely journey home and see you soon. This is Singing Together. Here I am on a school night, singing the blues. All alone on a stage with something to prove, and I'm waiting for a sign that the chorus bells will chime. Singing together as one, we will raise up the roof, skies unfurled. Singing together as one, side by side, we stand as proof that the world can be better together, singing as one. By the light of the moon, we will meet in the spring. Although winter our spirits may splinter, we will still sing. Oh, and there have I gone wrong with a family forged in song, singing together as one. We will raise up the roof, skies unfurled. Singing together as one, side by side, we stand as proof that the world can be better together, singing as one.
And that was Lizzie Hardingham. We're going to hear a little bit more of Lizzie or what she's been doing with when we get to the very end of the concert with a compilation track that a lot of people have joined in with and she organised. So moving on very swiftly to our next performer, who is Tom Sennett. You've already met Tom, some of you, because he was emceeing earlier on, and a splendid job he made of it too, especially as there was quite a few technical difficulties during his time with the MC. So thanks a lot, Tom, for helping us out with that. Since New Roots, he's supported and played alongside some of the UK's top flight folk musicians. A keen tune writer, his music's been played for dance teams and festival bands all over the country. These days, he mainly plays as the lead musician for the Frog on a Bike band, with appearances at Whitby Folk Week, Cambridge Folk Festival, Towersey Festival, Sidmouth, Ely Folk Festival, and many more. And they're going to be at Unicorn Cayleys in Baldock next May. They should have been here in April, but that one got cancelled for some reason I can't remember. On his days off, you can find him playing as the band leader for the mighty Chiltern Hundreds Northwest Clog Morris, dancing with Rockingham rapper sword dancers, or dressed in a 6-stone costume of straw at the Whittlesea Straw Bear. Frog on a Bike website has their album, which is www.frogonabike.co.uk. That's about it, I think. Let's have a listen to Tom Sennett.
Hi there everybody, this is Tom Sennett here, New Roots finalist from 2005. I hope this video reaches you all well and that you're keeping safe and doing the best you can under these very strange circumstances that we find ourselves in at the moment. I'm going to share with you a couple of videos that my band, the Frog on a Bike band, has been involved in, and I hope you like them. The first one is called Morning Queen, which is a song about May Day morning and dancing in the dawn. And the second is a tune written by myself. The first one is called The Well Hung Turkey, and it goes into a tune called The Stool of Repentance. Do check out the Frog on a Bike website. That's frogonabike.co.uk. I hope to see you all soon. Take care.
One morning of the year, we rise before the dawning and make our way to lowly stony ground. With footsteps loud and clear, we dance into the morning, make cheer among the trees with joyful sound. So hail the morning queen, and welcome in the sunshine. We'll bend our joyful footsteps to greet the glorious day. We'll join our hands around with the merry month before us and celebrate with England for the coming of the May. A day to sport and play, a day to stand together and honour lives of those who've gone before. A chain that cannot break, that holds our hands forever and reaching back to every May of yore. So hail the morning queen and welcome in the sunshine. We'll bend our joyful footsteps to greet the glorious day. We'll join our hands around with the merry month before us and celebrate with England for the coming of the May. Old Father Sun and Mother Nature's daughters, as long as Earth is turning, they'll be dancing for the May. We'll sing our songs again, send our words across the water, so everything on Earth will know that summer rose today.
That was Tom Sennett with the Frog on a Bike Band, playing some fabulous music there to really get us moving. Okay, lovely. Thank you very much, Tom, and thanks again for your work as an MC earlier on. We're moving almost to the end now. Our penultimate performers, apart from the joint thing coming up right at the end, and this is the band that used to be called the Wriggle Jigglers. When they came to New Roots in 2017, they were the Wriggle Jigglers. They're now 3-time lucky. I'll tell you why. Since New Roots, the original band Wriggle Jigglers played at several festivals, including Sidmouth, Rockhampton, Upton-on-Severn and South Downs festivals. They also raised nearly £10,000 for the charity War Child through busking and local concerts. Third Time Lucky evolved from Lockdown, but the three of them have always played together, whether on family barge holidays, busking in Europe or entertaining in care homes. The band consists of Ellen, Lizzie and Tom O'Brien, who have embraced the time together to start writing and arranging tunes. Recently, they've tried to expand their sound after Lizzie bought an electric violin in a charity shop, and for her birthday a few months ago, she got an effects pedal. So there you go. Whilst continuing with virtual university for Ellen and Lizzie and cancelled GCSEs for Tom, they've really enjoyed putting together this programme for their first public appearance in this new format. They're really grateful to us, the New Roots, they say, for giving us the opportunity. So let's have a listen to the very first time in public for Third Time Lucky.
Thank
That was a set which we wrote for Mother's Day for our mum and gran. We were really pleased to play as part of the New Roots final a few years ago with the band Wriggle Jigglers.
So we first had the song Wayfaring Stranger from the film 1917 and thought we might like to give our own arrangement a go. Hope you enjoy. I'm just a poor wayfaring stranger, travelling through this world of woe. But there's no sickness, toil, nor danger in that fair land to which I go. I'm going there to see my father. I'm going there, no more to roam. I'm just a going over Jordan. I'm just a going over home. I know dark clouds will gather round me. I know my way is rough and steep, yet beauteous fields lie just before me, where God's redeemed his vigils keep. I'm going there to see my mother. She said she'd meet me when I go. I'm just a going over Jordan. I'm just a going over home. I'm going there to see my mother. She said she'd meet me when I go. I'm just a going over Jordan. I'm just a going over home. I'm just a going over home.
So we've come to the end of our set now. We will now be playing a piece of two tunes, so starting off with Winging It, which was written by Ellen on guitar, and then finishing with Catharsis. Thank you very much to New Roots for hosting tonight. We've been Third Time Lucky and I hope you've enjoyed.
And that was Third Time Lucky, very first performance from the family band Third Time Lucky there. And they've got a Facebook page called Third Time Lucky. So we come to our final performers, apart from the collaboration at the end. Our final performers from New Roots, Gilmore and Roberts. Katrina came to us first in 2002, I think, accompanied by her dad. And in 2006, I think it was 2006, although I think Cass and Jamie think it was 2007. Anyway, sometime around 2006, they both came along as Gilmore and Roberts, and they took part that year and spent the next few years juggling gigs with day jobs and self-releasing 2 albums before being invited to support Fairport Convention in their 2011 winter tour. This gave them enough momentum to become full-time professional musicians, and since then they've toured in mainland Europe and Canada, as well as the length of the UK. Their most recent release, A Problem of Our Kind, is their 5th studio album. So I think without any further ado, let's listen to Gilmore and Roberts.
Hello, hello! Thank you for tuning in. We hope you're all well. We're Gilmore and Roberts, and we're going to start off by playing you a song called Dr. James. And this one's about a British doctor who lived during the 1800s. This is an amazing true story. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Body of a high-ranked man with a stone so plain, buried in a cemetery in Kensal Green in Victoria's reign. Tell me your secret, Dr. James. Trained in medicine, joined the army to make your name. You cursed and swore the worst of all, a ladies' man they claim. A delicate face and your voice was high, and they called your names. You fought 2 duels and you won them both, put them all to shame. Tell me your secret, Dr. James. Not a well-known figure in our history. It seems a few have even heard your name. Tales of your success become a mystery. Tell me your secret. Tell me your secret, Dr. James. Caesarean birth for a mother and child, of a mother and child, one life remained. Yours was the first where both survived, a higher rank you claimed. The years flew by on foreign soil you fought for change. You had no time for a wife or child, people thought it strange. Tell me your secret, Dr. James. Not a well-known figure in our history. Seems a few have even heard your name. Tales of your success become a mystery. Tell me your secret. Travelled home for your final days. A weakened body but a hardened heart, Nurse Nightingale did say. 1% to dress the body, the doctor's body on the funeral day. She cried, the corpse has a female form, dressed as a man, but she's a woman born. For years and years she's fooled us all. The devil comes this way. I'm telling your secret, Dr. James. You're not a well-known figure in our history. Seems a few have even heard your name. Tales of your success become a mystery. I'm telling your secret. I'm telling your secret, Dr. James.
Thanks very much. So that was an older song of ours, or it feels like an older song anyway. It was came out on an album in 2012.
Yonks ago.
Yonks. But we're going to play you a couple of songs from our most recent album, which came out in 2018. And the album is called A Problem of Our Kind. And we're going to play you a song of Jamie's, a nice gentle one.
Yeah, this is a song based on a guy called Laurie Marsh, who was a highly successful British businessman and entrepreneur. And what was interesting about this guy was that he reached a point of wealth where he started to dislike the person that he was becoming as a result of his wealth. And so he turned to a life of philanthropy. Gave away vast amounts of money to various causes. But I read this guy's, he wrote his memoirs as a book, which I went away and read. And I wrote this song based on it. It's called The Philanthropist. When I'm in tune.
So just to give you a bit of background as to why we're appearing here today, we were part of the New Roots competition back in 2007. And we'd only just started, I think the year before we'd started playing together while we were at uni, and we met quite a few good people who we're still in touch with now that year. So we came across the Young'uns for the first time.
Yep, a very young Kieran Algar playing with his dad.
Kieran Schifris.
And the Monster Cayley Band.
Yeah, and Alex Cummings, and I have to say, this was not the first time that I'd appeared in the New Roots competition, because I'd managed to be part of it a few years earlier in, I think, 2001, I think. But I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong. I'm sure nobody cares. But I managed to, despite the upper age limit being, I think, 25 maybe, I managed to sneak my dad in to come and help me out. So I played fiddle and sang a bit, and he played guitar, and we had a jolly lovely time. And when Jamie and I were in the New Roots competition, I think our prize that we went away with from the day was a gig opportunity at the Black Swan Folk Club in York.
A double header with the Young'uns.
Yes. Wow. And we still play there to this day, all these years later. We played there last year, so it helped us out a lot.
Okay, here we go, the second song, The Philanthropist. Just on board the Brad line, I was 6 weeks born too soon. Hey, diddle indeed. He won't last a week, they said. I'm thankful it wasn't true. You can take it from me. A Jewish boy in glasses, it was hard when I was young. Hated Lomondon. As Lambeth's easy target, on the walk I learned to run. You can take it from me. Father turned an able hand to all he was inclined. Hated Lomondon. With mother's haberdashery we were ticking along just fine. You can take it from me, from me. You can take it from me. The toil and tears of the school time years would set me on my way. Hated Lomondon. And leaving full of ambition, I don't regret a day. You can take it from me. With 2 years served to the nation, my venture soon began. Hated Lomondon. First amassed a fortune fast, but it soon hit the fan. You can take it from me. So starting back with nothing, but not demoralized. Hated Lomondon. I was straight back on the horse with many fingers, many pies. You can take it from me, from me. You can take it from me. With an eye for opportunity, a mind for lateral thoughts. Hated Lomondon. In property and film, I made the killing I had sought. You can take it from me. But wealth is a woe of foolish folk, and it poisons to the core. Hated Lomondon. With a blindness to abundance, they'll forever strive for more. You can take it from me. 'Cause I've seen it turn the best of men, and it made a start on me. Hated Lomondon. But I loathed the glimpse of the man I'd always hoped I'd never be. You can take it from me, from me. You can take it from me. So with more to my name than 100 men would need a lifetime more. Hated Lomondon. I sought where it was needed and proclaimed forevermore. You can take it from me, from me. You can take it from me. Now I've gone from rags to riches to the comfort in between. Hated Lomondon. But I'd sooner see my wealth through museum, stage and screen. You can take it from me, from me. You can take it from me. There we go. Thank you very much.
Hope you enjoyed Jamie's use of the word haberdashery in that song. Doesn't appear in many, I don't think. So we're going to just play one more song for you now, and Thanks for watching. I hope you're enjoying the whole show. And we're going to finish off with another one from our most recent album. This one is about a court case, a murder trial back in the 1800s, and it was the last court case in which a very antiquated law called trial by battle was used. And trial by battle is the one where somebody throws down a glove and says, "I think I'm right, you think you're right, we'll have a fight, whoever wins the fight wins the case." So you can see why they abolished it shortly afterwards. But the victim in this case was a young woman called Mary Ashford, and the narrator is her brother William Ashford, who is convinced of the guilt of a guy called Abraham Thornton. But I won't say any more, we'll just play you the song. Thanks for listening, we'll see you soon. She danced all night with a young bricklayer. Abraham Thornton must go down. The footprints matched the town's suspicion. Mary Ashford, the poor girl, drowned. They locked him up in the local prison. Abraham Thornton must go down. Abraham Thornton must go down with the jury who cut him loose. Down till his neck's in the hangman's noose. Down with the evidence he hid away. For my sister's life he'll pay. He threw down the gauntlet, settled it with a fight. He threw down the gauntlet, whoever wins is right. But I'm no match for a brute like Thornton, that much I know. So he threw down the gauntlet and I let him go. The challenge made my courage wither. Mary Ashford, the poor girl, drowned. The court adjourned while I considered. Abraham Thornton must go down. Abraham Thornton must go down with the jury who can't convict. Down with the ending I can't predict. Down with the evidence we couldn't use. Should I risk my life and lose? He threw down the gauntlet, settled it with a fight. He threw down the gauntlet, whoever wins is right. But I'm no match for a brute like Thornton, that much I know. So he threw down the gauntlet and I let him go. I couldn't bring myself to face him. His name was cleared, but the shame disgraced him. Thornton sailed for new beginnings, laid his bricks down in Baltimore, raised a family, had good innings. Was he guilty? We can't be sure.
Thanks ever so
Thank
much,
you.
everyone, and a big thank you for Alison for everything that she does. Thanks again. Cheers.
See you soon. Stay safe.
And that was Gilmore and Roberts finishing off our concert tonight with an absolutely cracking set there. You can get their album, Problem of Our Kind, through their website, gilmoreroberts.co.uk. Do we have Kat and Jamie to talk to? I don't know. I'm just looking to see, because I thought we were going to have a quick chat with them before we finish this evening. Do we have them or do we not? Okay, right. Well, in that case, we'll assume not, and thank them ever so much for being here, and wish them every success in the future. It's been lovely knowing them all these years. Okay, so we're coming rapidly towards the end of our concert today. We've got one more special surprise at the end of it, but before we do that, one or two thank yous first of all. First of all, to my two co-MCs this evening, Tom Sennett and Eli Cuthbertson. Thanks very much to both of them for doing a splendid job. A big thank you to Fionn Mayer, without whom I don't think this would have happened, because it was her idea in the first place, and she's pulled so much together and been such a rock when it came to getting all the admin and stuff done, and she's been looking at the social media and checking it out all day and monitoring it all day. So thanks to Fionn. Big thank you to John Sandel, who's been doing the tech, together with Joseph Allen, who's been helping out and solving a few of our problems. John Sandel's been there all day on this tech and doing a magnificent job. He definitely deserves a cold beer now at the end of a very long, but I think very entertaining day. So thanks ever so much, John, for sorting out all the problems that we seem to have had there. And of course, I couldn't forget Alison McFarlane. Alison, who started this whole thing off all those years ago, 21 years ago, is still involved, is still doing stuff, is still running things at the Maltings and in St Albans, apart from New Roots. And without her, this would never have happened. And the 33 acts and 41 performers who've been on today wouldn't have had those opportunities that they had, together with all the other hundreds of performers who've been in New Roots. So many thanks to Alison. And a special thanks, of course, to all our performers and panelists and interviewees, especially for their wonderful notes that they sent, which made my job so much easier as an MC. Don't forget to donate if you haven't donated already. You can go to GoFundMe, and they will. You can find the New Roots 21st anniversary celebration there, and you can donate money to us after this event. It's absolutely fine. We have no problem with you going and giving us money at GoFundMe. Okay, so I am now going to hand us over to the final video for this evening, and that's my lot for tonight. This is a compilation. It was put together by Lizzie Hardingham. It's a well-known song. If you want to join in at home, please do. It's John Ball. Thank you very much. Good luck to all of you. Bye-bye.
Who will be the lady and who will be the Lord when we are ruled by the love of one another? Who will be the lady and who will be the Lord in the light that is coming in the morning? Sing John Paul and tell it to them all. Long live the day that is dawning. I'll crow like a cock and carol like a lark for the light that is coming in the morning. Eve is the lady and Adam is the Lord when we are ruled by the love of one another. Eve is the lady and Adam is the Lord in the light that is coming in the morning. Sing John Paul and tell it to them all. Long live the day that is dawning. I'll crow like a cock and carol like a lark for the light that is coming in the morning.
All shall be ruled by the love of one another. All shall be ruled by the fellowship, I say, in the light that is coming in the morning. Sing John Paul and tell it to them all. Long live the day that is dawning. I'll crow like a cock and carol like a lark for the light that is coming in the morning. Spin for the fellowship, I say. Labor and spin for the love of one another. Labor and spin for the fellowship, I say, in the light that is coming in the morning. Sing John Paul and tell it to them all. Long live the day that is dawning. I'll crow like a cock and carol like a lark for the light that is coming in the morning.
Okay, that's not absolutely quite the end because that wasn't quite the correct collaboration that we were expecting. That was the original version that didn't have the other people singing on it, but we think we found the original, the collaboration file now, and John is working his socks off to get it organised and so we can actually hear that one. In the meantime, I've just had a lovely email from Katrina and Jamie saying that they were sorry that they didn't get to chat with us. But something clearly went wrong with links and so on. So, hoping that everything is well with us and that we will see them all again sometime next summer. Hopefully, we will see all of these people sometime next summer, and all these people will be performing again after this dreadful lockdown that we've had and this awful these problems that we've had with this coronavirus. I do hope that it does get itself sorted and that musicians everywhere will be able to get back to work again. It's been a pretty awful time for many people. There's an awful lot of musicians I know are having to do other jobs and other bits and pieces to make ends meet. A lot of people working online as well, which is also fantastic for them. But I think we're good now. I think we can do the collaboration. So fingers crossed. Off you go, John. This is hopefully the collaboration. I will say goodbye this time. Bye-bye.
Who will be the lady and who will be the Lord when we are ruled by the love of one another? Who will be the lady and who will be the Lord in the light that is coming in the morning? Sing John Paul and tell it to them all. Long live the day that is dawning. I'll crow like a cock and carol like a lark for the light that is coming in the morning.
birds spin